Good morning. We would like to start the meeting soon, so please take your seats. Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. On aimerait bien démarrer la réunion bientôt. Merci beaucoup.
Dear colleagues, my apologies for the very slight late start of the meeting. If I can call you to order, please, I'd be grateful. The standing committee has overrun slightly, so a couple of our colleagues are still in that meeting, but will join us shortly. I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all as we begin the meeting of the Defence and Security Committee here at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly's 2026 spring session. Before we start, let us thank our Lithuanian hosts for their warm hospitality and the excellent organisation of this event. We are especially honoured to gather in this historic chamber, where Lithuania declared the restoration of its independence in 1991. A moment of profound national courage and democratic renewal for this fine nation. For this privilege, we are very grateful. I now call the committee to order and declare this meeting open. We have a full day ahead of us, so I will ask everyone to help us to keep to that schedule. Let me briefly outline today's agenda. We will start with presentations from two senior host country officials. First, Dr. Karolis Aleksa, Vice Minister of Defence of the Republic of Lithuania, will brief us on moving from funding to defence capabilities, covering air defence, counter-UAS and defence industry capacity. Then we will hear from General Veksanoras, Chief of Defence of the Republic of Lithuania, who will speak on the Lithuanian Armed Forces strategic direction and capability development. After a short coffee break, we will move to our first hearing on strengthening NATO's capability in the northern flank, an imperative for credible collective defence. We will hear first from our General Rapporteur, Senator Rebecca Patterson, and then from Dr. Liselotte Odegaard of the Hudson Institute. Our second hearing of the day looks at fast-tracking NATO's defence innovation and rapid adoption, and the role that allied parliaments can play. Rick Larson will present as DSCTC Rapporteur, joined by NATO Diana Chief Commercial Officer Ryan Benitez. Lunch will run from 13:15 to 14:30, and I will ask all colleagues to be back here on time so we can pick up promptly. At 14:30, we will run through committee and subcommittee activities before moving to our third hearing on seabed and space, countering complex challenges to NATO's deterrence and defence. Our Special Rapporteur, Mike Turner, will start the hearing with some opening remarks on the subject. He will then be followed by Mr. James Black, Deputy Director of RAND Europe. Finally, we close with a hearing on recruitment, retention and the will to fight, forging NATO's future forces. For this, the DSCFC Rapporteur Spiros Kourakis will present alongside Dr. Michael Onderko, Professor of International Relations at the Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Now, before we begin, a few important reminders. In a change of reporting procedure at the Assembly, each committee is now presenting a detailed report outlined at the spring session in lieu of a full draft report. This approach streamlines our work and supports more interactive, forward-looking and policy-relevant discussions during today's fact-finding hearings and committee sessions. The outlines are designed to frame the political discussion and enable a more robust exchange rather than serve as draft text for amendment. So today's hearings will proceed as follows. The rapporteur will open the hearing with a short presentation outlining the drivers behind the report on this year's agenda. The floor will then be given to the experts for their presentations. The rapporteur will then open the questioning, drawing on their initial research as presented in the outline. At the end of the discussion, the rapporteur may also wish to wrap up the hearing by highlighting the main takeaways, and I will then open the floor to delegations. Delegates will then be able to request the floor as normal to ask questions, lend national perspectives, and possibly provide relevant recommendations. And our committee director, Ethan Corbyn, to my left, will manage the speaking order for the chair and record key points raised for the report drafting purposes. Other important logistical reminders include that meeting agenda can be found on the NATO PA website and will be updated live if anything changes. Speaker biographies are also on the website. The draft reports are available on the NATO PA SharePoint page, which can easily be accessed by scanning the QR code on the back of your badge. And if you are posting on social media, please use the official hashtag for the session, hashtag NATO PA Vilnius, and follow along with the virtual discussion. Finally, as we all know, for the Q&A sessions, please indicate early to our committee director, Ethan, if you wish to ask a question. We will put you on our speaking list and call you to take the floor at the appropriate time. And you all know my golden rule, please make it a question, not a statement. Please do keep questions concise, as I've said, and then we can all get as many questions as possible. If you've not signed the register outside, please do so at some point during today's meeting, and you'll be pleased to hear, finally, please note that our meeting is open to the press and media. Photos will be public and can be found by scanning the QR code on the back of your badge. Sorry for the lengthy introductions, but we are now done. So we can move on to the second item, which is the adoption of the draft agenda. Are there any comments or objections to the draft agenda? No. Thank you. The draft agenda is hereby adopted. Third, the adoption of the summary of the previous committee meeting. We'll now consider the summary of the DSC meeting held from the 11th to 12th of October 2025 during our annual session in Ljubljana. Does anybody have any comments or objections to the summary? No, thank you. The summary is hereby adopted. Right, and now to the good bit. I would like to move on now to agenda item number 4, which is the introduction of our two guest speakers. From funding to defence capabilities, challenges in air defence, counter-UAS and defence industrial capacity, where our two speakers will make their contributions. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first of our two guests. We will first hear from Dr. Karolis Aleksa, Vice Minister of Defence of the Republic of Lithuania. Dr. Aleksa has served in senior positions at the Lithuanian Ministry of National Defence for more than 2 decades, most recently as Head of Defence Policy Group before becoming Vice Minister in December 2024. Minister, thank you very much for joining us here today. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. It is nice to welcome you all here in Vilnius. in eastern flank, one of the capitals, a very beautiful capital with a long history. So, and of course we want to safeguard our history, our future, so that's why it is so important to talk and to speak and then to act on the security and defense matters. So today I would like to run shortly an overview of how we are looking at the defense landscape and what we are doing. And I would begin from several assumptions or several frameworks that we are acting upon, that we are framed in. And of course, first of all, is this Russian threat. So there are different speculations about the timings that Russian conventional, or maybe also in concert with some hybrid elements, or vice versa, hybrid elements, with conventional attacks, might be presented against us. And what is the timeline? 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. And I think that overall in the NATO, and it is an emerging consensus that it is not a 10 years landscape, that we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared as shortly as we can, and we have to be prepared actually right now. So, and that's specifically what is driving also our government's priorities, which means that we have to develop National Infantry Division up to 2030 and to have it operational fully. Also, that's why we are pushing and working together with our German allies regarding the permanent deployment of German brigade here by the end of the next year. And also why it is so important to talk about air defense and why it is important to act right now. So of course, Russian threat, it is not somewhere, in the horizon, it is here, and that's the timing that is pressuring us up. Second framework that we are, of course, acting, it is military transformation. It is also much talk about what it is military transformation. It is about the drones, it is about the automation, artificial intelligence, quantum, and so on. So in principle, I think that we are, so to say, in the journey of military transformation, and we have to respond. It is not so easy as well, because we as a NATO are going forward with the filling up our classical formations, establishing many of them, and I'm talking about divisions, brigades on the land domain. Of course, it is other domains which are important as well. But in principle, we have to go back and restore conventional military power as to be able to implement the principles that we agreed upon. First of all is forward defense, and for us forward defense means that we have to defend from the first centimeter of our territory, and that we cannot allow the scenarios, different scenarios, which might end up to the grab of our territory and then go into some kind of negotiations, pressuring alliance, and then, choosing between difficult and much more difficult. And of course, other framework which matters is about transatlantic relationship. And it is also now many debates regarding United States military presence in Europe, and particularly also in the NATO's eastern flank. And for us, it is also a key fundamental, a key important fundamental that to have also United States military presence here in the region, because together in concert with other allied forces here, it sends a huge deterrence signal for the opponents. So, and of course, that links to other factors that I will mention a little bit later, saying about European Union and so on. But this is, the landscape that we are acting on our defense. So I would like to begin on air defense. And as I have mentioned, the time is pressing up. If we are having a national division by 2030 as a goal, German brigade 27, so the small air defense, as we sometimes call the defense against the drones, against the lower tier of air domain. So this is exactly where we have to respond right now. And actually, we had to respond much earlier. If we will remember already with drone incursions in Romania some years ago when Russian invasion against Ukraine happened, and now we are having much more those incursions, those incidents, also from the last year when we experienced ourselves in July, also in the summer, then Poland in September, and then going on. So meaning Finland, Latvia, Estonia, so it is, and Romania last week with the horrible incident in the residential building. So this is a reality that we are standing against and that we have to act. So this is really time pressure. And why I'm mentioning exactly about this time pressure, because that will influence, of course, our other priorities, other goals. Because if we will not be successful in withstanding, in confronting this challenge, and building up our air defenses, small air defenses, so then, of course, it will add additional difficulties, additional challenges for other priorities, because society definitely is questioning, so why we are spending so much if we can't afford, if we can't build our defenses very quickly. So this is really, I think, the challenge not only for Lithuania, but also for other Eastern flank nations, and not only Eastern flank nations. We are looking at the different reports among the European nations, among the NATO nations, then airports are stopping, like I think yesterday in Munich. Maybe, of course, it is not an opponent's drone, but in principle, that's how it is intensive, this challenge, this threat. So this have to be done and responded in coordination with conventional air defense, or maybe big air defense as we call, because NATO is now fighting those two big challenges, because conventional air defense, it is also a priority which was neglected, and it has to be pushed forward very much, and I'm speaking about surface-based air defense systems, but not only them, which we are lacking as an alliance, and why it is also so challenging and so difficult to have, them rotating in the eastern flank nations continuously, maybe even without any break. So that means that we have to invest in this domain. And counter UAV, as we are saying, challenge is also a particular one, because we are confronting it with, I think, determination, but also at the same time we are constructing the plane as we fly it, actually. Because from Lithuania side, last year we devoted additional €500 million for small air defense in particular, meaning that we are dividing that portion into the about maybe 200 million for detection, and then other ones for killing and different killing options, so to say, so for non-kinetic and kinetic options. And also that means that we have to push also into the database, that we can connect all the different systems, radars, electro-optical sensors, passive sensors. And this is actually quite a big headache, because that's not actually very much existent in the market, that is not very much existent, let's say, into our military's inventory. But of course we are looking in Ukraine, which already has, but of course different conditions, wartime. And we have to move up very quickly, because as much as we push our acquisitions for sensors, we have to connect them very efficiently, and then, of course, to pass into the, so to say, killing chain, and to pass that information to the NATO air defenses, and also our instruments that we have. So in that respect, it is not only us, it is not only national efforts that matter, but also NATO efforts that matter. And for that reason, Ankara summit will be very crucial, because it is an expectation, high expectation, that it will be agreement on the new air defense plan, and which will give more options for us to deter and defend against the aerial threats, but also will streamline, will bring us much closer to the target for small air defenses. So we know that NATO military commands are working on that, but as I said, it is also about the capabilities, about the instruments, because if we can look around the corner or around the eastern flank, so it is, you can constantly see when the incident happens. So nation, of course, requires and requests NATO's support. That was happening and what happened with us, Lithuania, that we requested additional support, that is happening with Romania and other our neighbors and allies who are pleading for additional support and that we could respond much more easily. So that brings me, of course, to the defense industry, because then we are confronting ourselves and also our society. So much of the blame, of course, goes to the defense industry, and not only about the platforms itself, but also about the ammunition. And if we are having quite a successful, I would say, acquisition process on the platforms, and I'm speaking about conventional air defenses like NASAMS, like M-SHORADs, mobile short-range air defenses, about very short air defenses like Piorun's that we are buying, let's say, from Poland. So ammunition is what matters, because if we would not have enough in our stockpiles, so it would be very hard for us to use those platforms very efficiently. And the ammunition for NASAMS is a particular challenge. And of course, in combination now with other conflicts, also in the crisis in the Middle East, that means that the challenge will grow. Of course, we are having, I think, quite good initiative and good move on the United States part, that United States President Trump's administration pushes very much the defense industry and maybe industrial effort, not only defense industry, scaling up several times, specifically missiles production. So that's good news, but also it is what we Europeans are doing, and we have to do that even more aggressively, I would say. So when we would be more efficient to withstand, let's say, this threat. And also interceptors, drone interceptors for small air defense. So for example, we, as Lithuania, we are moving with different prototypes. For example, MEROPS, United States platform, but also other platforms, other opportunities, of course also Ukraine-based, but also our national defense industry-based, alliance-wide based. So we are eager, of course, to test everything what is on the market and has good shooting range. And also it is good that NATO is moving on that side, and NATO has initiated a program also proposing a platform and even a funding where those different platforms could be tested, and then NATO nations could use that data and then speed up their acquisition process. So that good news, I think that has to be even maybe also scaled up as well. And also Ukraine. So and tomorrow we will have Ukraine's government coming in Vilnius, and discussions on how much further we can develop our relationship, how we can build our defense industrial relationship. So that matters, because as I mentioned, specifically on this database for small air defense, it is a particular challenge, because then we will have all those sensors, then we will integrate them into one domain that we can actually use very quickly. So that would be one of the answers for that part. And of course, that goes to the defense funding and defense spending, because all those nice talks that I have provided would be very difficult if we would not have long-term sustainable defense spending. So from our side, as Lithuania, so we have determination and a plan by 2030 to spend from 5 to 6%. This year we are having 5.37, depending on our economy, so to say, estimations. And of course, it is not only us, definitely, not only Latvia, Estonia, Poland, other eastern flank nations who has to do, so to say, this drive forward with defense spending. We see good signs from our allies going to 3%, but of course everyone has to take the share, because we know that NATO capability targets, our national ambitions responding to those capability targets, but also to our national ambitions, our national plans require much more. And for us, 5% is not, so to say, a ceiling that we would have actually to spend in order to fulfill all the requirements and all the needs that we have right now. So in that respect, it is our call, of course, and we heard also Poland's call and other nations in the eastern flank that 2035, it is not an option. We have to go much faster and to have defense spending at least 3.5 for core defense expenditure reached by that term. And of course, for us, it is much more. We are spending above 5% exactly for core defense expenditure, meaning for core military requirements, for core military capabilities, and that 1.5 expenditure for defense related, so goes beyond those 5.4%. So this is extremely important, because we hear still that defense industry is not getting all the money that they should get, despite all our talks. Of course, now it seems that we are on the run. Now the SAFE program from European Union has been launched, and contracts are being signed and funded, starting to fund. So that's good news. But of course, from those 800 billions of euros that Defense Commissioner Andrius Kubilius was talking already 1 year ago, so that means that those 650 billion euros, it is exactly from our national defense budget. So if we will not be, keeping up, if we will not provide those funds, so all those talks about defense industry will be not fulfilling. So that means that we have also to think about maybe out-of-box options, also about SAFE 2 mechanism, that we will provide another demand signal, that we also think about maybe additional insurances, additional guarantees also from European Union, that those defense industries would not be one-time shot, that we would fund for 3 or 5 years term and when it's over. So I think this is against the business logic. So we have to combine this business logic with our military requirements. And of course, Ukraine. I think the narrative regarding Ukraine is maybe it is not changing, but it is not so hearing anymore about Ukraine winning. So for us, I think it's very much important that Ukraine wins on the battle, because that eases the pressure, that gives us freedom not to talk about immediate time pressure that I mentioned about our plans by 2030, but that means that we have to support Ukraine much more stronger. And of course, we congratulate NATO Secretary General looking for more options for supporting Ukraine. We as Lithuania are spending 0.25 from our GDP, and of course we want to use that funding as much efficient as it possible, that they would be able to take more territories actually back, what is happening in the last month, which is good news. So we have to push and to change the dynamics to the better side for Ukraine. So that's, I think, the determination, that's the goal. And of course, Ukraine we are seeing as a first line of our defense. So this is our determination, our goal, to provide as much as possible for Ukraine. And of course, to use all the Ukrainian expertise and I believe that Chief of Defense will speak, maybe will mention this, but this is clearly understood for ourselves, that this military transformation that we are speaking about, that is happening, and that happened actually in Ukraine, in the battlefield against Russian invasion. So for us, it is a challenge from defense planning perspective, exactly how to combine those big classical military formations, filling them up also with the military transformation, with the drones, with the automation, and we will push, I believe. And actually, we just last week launched this very nice name AMBO, which goes into our interwar tradition of Air Force. So this is exactly about UAV, autonomous force. So we have to go even stronger, but also as an alliance. And from alliance perspective, I would call that we have to be much more aggressive and not to change a little bit into our next planning cycle, but to do that aggressively. So sometimes, of course, it is a debate. Sometimes we as nations from the eastern flank are saying, so what as you, as NATO, can recommend? But we see that this aircraft carrier is sometimes turning very slow, even if in the right direction. So it is good that we are now seeing a good path, a good road, but I think that this margin of change, or this force of change, has to be much more aggressive. So this is a goal. This is what I wanted to say. So from the NATO perspective, of course, collective defense at the NATO summit, a signal of our unity is very much important. Second, air defense, that we are not talking but doing, and aggressively on defense industry, that this is a demand signal from our side, that we are really pouring in that money and also helping actually defense industry, what we are doing also here in the capital. And on defense spending, that this is not a fake, this is real thing, and that we will, with determination, will do this aggressive push in today and also in this immediate future up to 5 years. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much indeed for your presentation. We will hold questions for now as we move on to our next speaker, but can I please remind you to give an early indication to Ethan if you wish to ask a question. I now give the floor to General Raimundas Vaskanoras, Chief of Defense of the Republic of Lithuania. The General has served in the Lithuanian Armed Forces since 1991, having first taken part, while still a student, in the defense of key state institutions during that year's events, when Lithuanians mobilized to protect their newly restored independence against Soviet attempts to reassert control. Over the course of his career, he has held various senior appointments, including as Commander of the Land Forces and Deputy Chief of Staff for Plans at NATO Joint Force Command Brunssum. He has also served in Afghanistan. General, thank you for being here with us. The floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, Chief of Defense, General Vaskanoras, thank you for introduction. 35 years ago, I was one of the defenders when we defended this parliament. And this hall, it's called now, is March 11, for dedication, where we regain our independence. It was a meeting, let's say, and it was voted that we withdrawing from Soviet Union. And actually, it's very symbolic. Thank you very much for having, for me having this opportunity to present what our developments are regarding armed forces. I will show a few slides in order to keep you a little bit awake, and of course to spend as less as possible time in order to let you later on to ask questions, because questions maybe is most important. As was already mentioned by Vice Minister, we live in very interesting geographical location where where Kaliningrad district is an enclave, and this possesses some huge importance for Russia, and that's why with the all Russian rhetorics, what we see currently, we do not see that Russia will change its strategical goals, and we as a free Baltic states become quite vulnerable. And of course, war in Ukraine, it keeps Russians involved very much, and currently probably we don't see very, active military engagements or threats from a military point of view, but hybrid activities and other activities, of course, again, is it's let Russians to keep this region worried, let's say, and under pressure. And also, you see on the slide two key terrains, K1 and K2. It means K1 is Suwalki corridor, and K2 is Gotland Island in the Baltic Sea. So in case of whatever emergency, these two terrains remains for us, for NATO and for Baltic, crucial in order to get supplies and get reinforcements. That's why everything what we're doing and regarding our regional plans, NATO plans, how to keep open, but of course for us, for Lithuania, it's very important to also to have very solid our national defense plans, and that's why we strengthening our efforts with the US. Of course, German led the German efforts in Lithuania, of course, is very much important for us to continue cooperation. And of course, we are supporting Ukraine in order to push Russians again and melt the armed forces as much as possible in order to release attention in all of the, I would say, in Europe. And of course, contribute to NATO. I will talk about this later on, and of course, enhance our regional defense with the free Baltic states and of course, Poland. And in few slides, I will show you our priority areas where we are developing our armed forces. Vice Minister already mentioned regarding our national division. Division already achieved initial operation capability a few months ago and during exercise with a huge thanks to Americans, US, who help us evaluate, but also help to mentor our divisional officers. You know, maybe that we have very good relationship with Pennsylvania National Guard. It's regarding state partnership program. Pennsylvania National Guard helping us more than 33 years already, and we see how they helping not only the division, but also to train our helicopter pilots and other capabilities. And you see on the slides the timings where we're going to develop, let's say, some different parts of this division. But the main goal to reach operation capability till 2030. Integrated air defense. Vice Minister already touched it, I think, quite precisely. FOSS is currently, I would say, we have quite well developed plans how to protect our medium-range air defense with all procurements, radar systems, missiles. But we are struggling with a low level, low attitude, and the drones. Last year, first two drones who incurred in Lithuanian airspace in July. So, of course, it was kind of signal to reshuffle our priorities and to pay more attention how we are going to deal with low-flying objects. And it could be drones, could be balloons, could be whatever, what our not very friendly neighbors could push to us. And of course, long attitude or long-range air defense systems. We don't even our budget is quite impressive maybe for some nations, but of course budget percentage we have to convert to euros, and of course when euros our economy maybe not such great as Germans or France or UK, but of course we are trying to do by ourselves, not only to asking some help but also developing our capabilities in order to be a very trustworthy partner in NATO. And of course, besides of air defense architecture, as you see, we also investing in different capabilities, how to counter UAVs, not only with kinetic but also non-kinetic means. German brigade. It's very important, very timely decision by German government. Using this opportunity, I wanted to thank Germany for their commitment. It's not first time when they're stepping forward. Starting from 2017, when German-led EFP battle group was deployed in Lithuania, till 2027, we expect to have full brigade here in Lithuania. Of course, we invested a lot of. We are building infrastructure for them, and look like according timeline, we are in good level. And 1.5 years left, and currently even full brigade is not still do not have possibility to do infrastructure to deploy, but Germany has a backup plan. Another brigade, which time to time deploying to Lithuania and showing resolve to defend Lithuania as a part according to the NATO defense plans. Innovations also was talked a little bit. Innovations, we cannot stay behind what going on in modern war in Ukraine, especially how technology is developing very quickly, and currently we have quite solid plans how to improve or to enhance our capabilities which we are already developing with different types of unmanned systems in land, in air, in sea, at sea. So it's not it's one of the priority areas for us. But of course, it's very important, and you see below one picture is our developed Baltic defense line. Piece of how it should look like, and of course with European Union, with the NATO initiative, with the US Army Europe and Africa, General Donahue initiative to establish EFDI, so it's very important for us to connect all these dots and to make a real border, real fence, not in only investing in mobility and control mobility, but also in air counter drones and so on, and make a system of systems where nothing is going to go through in Lithuania or Baltics or in Europe. Reserve system. Again, we know that we are not able to have fully professional armed forces. That's why our conscription service works for that we have to have a quite solid active reserve based on Finnish and Israel models. So we combine all of this and trying to make it feasible. What I mean by that, in peacetime we have only about 40% of personnel needed just to train and to fulfill tasks, but in wartime about 54% personnel who fulfill wartime structure coming from reserve. That's why we are very much investing, not only money but also our attention, how to build up solid system which in few hours and few days will stand with the weapon systems where they belong, starting from officers, NCOs, and soldiers. And this slide will connect all what we talked with the Vice Minister. So you see, it's very, ambitious plans till 2030 to develop different domains, capabilities. Of course, land domain is the biggest and maybe will get the most investments currently, but we're not forgetting our maritime, our air, special forces, and we're connecting with the logistics and so on and so on. I just wanted to admit that about 80% of all investments till 2030 is meeting NATO capability targets. So we as a Lithuania, we got also task what to develop, and with our this very solid development capability development plan, we're meeting 80% of NATO capability targets. Short, few words. Again, using this opportunity to thank to the nations who are sending your troops, your soldiers, your capabilities to Lithuania. Baltic air policing, I already mentioned, Germans. Also Americans who being here in Lithuania, very much bringing very important sense of security to our population. So it's about more than 3,000 troops currently in Lithuania, which really works as deterrence. And I'm glad and thank you very much for these nations.
Thank you.
And in summarize, you see, so we are in frontier country, so we have to keep high level of readiness and initiative. Also, without technology, we will be behind, thanks to Ukrainians who are helping us every day in different levels. Of course, currently we mainly focus on exchange of identified lesson learned, but of course in the near future it's already, I know that some political agreement how to get technologies and to produce very advanced, technologically advanced systems also in Lithuania, and also to equip and to put in our armory. And of course, resilience of society. It's, I think I just mentioned about reserve. So without society support, armed forces alone would not withstand. That's why we are putting a lot of effort in order to make our society, first of all, to able critical thinking, also to be a patriot, but in case of emergency, to unite and to stay behind the armed forces when it's needed in order to support. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the last slides. Of course, we are ready to answer to you whatever your questions.
Colleagues, we will now move to questions. I'm very conscious of time. We will run over very slightly, but not very much. I have 7 questions. We are going to be brutally disciplined in asking our questions and giving very short answers, if I can, because we only have 15 minutes for 7 questions. So I will start, if I can, and I will cut you off if you go on too long, but Rebecca Patterson from Canada is going to give a model question. Rebecca.
Thank you, Lord Lancaster. My fear of you says I will be brief. We've had previous discussions in this committee about red lines, about rules of engagement, and in your talks, both of you have spoken about the incursions of drones as well as escalating Russian accidental aggression. I'm curious as to what does Lithuania think a red line is, and where do you believe we need to go in terms of our defense posture to these provocations?
Perfect.
Thank you for very good question. Actually, because of sensitivity, you know, and of course it's not a secret. I would not, I will not going to be very precise, but of course, what we're struggling probably as a NATO, and Russians are good regarding. I'm trying to find the right word, attribution, you know, they are good, Russians are good acting in this like threshold, which is not war, but it's it's already something, you know, and we already faced a few, even Lithuanians last year with all these cables and which was cut off, and also fires in our IKEA supermarket and other activities where people, some ordinary as a tourist, they just, or in the sea, of course, shadow fleets, they did harm. And of course, it's very difficult and I would say I would leave it to politicians to decide, because we as a militaries, of course, we have our military intelligence service, we observe very much, but of course, what is going on now, probably it's a little bit below Article 5 operations, but we are ready. As Lithuanians, we always ready, because we are ready for 35 years already, you know, it's not big deal, so we know Russians. But of course, the last incursion of this drone Shahed in Romania shows that we have to do something and punish Russians quite. It's from military perspective. I do not want to be very diplomatically not polite, but I will leave to politicians. Sorry.
So I would complement our short's response. So I would say that it is this strategic question regarding our deterrence. If those drone incursions somehow fragmentate or somehow erode the deterrence, so the response, of course, that we are getting, and in principle that we think it is deterrence is holding, because you have to prove that, Russia stands behind these intentions, these targeted attacks against, let's say, those drone incursions. So looking at the force positioning, how Russia is positioning its forces, capabilities, it seems that deterrence is working. But I think the response is that we have also strategically clearly to communicate that this is not the way that they have to respond, or the way that implications might cause what happened also in Romania, this impact for residential building. So this is a hard question, but I think that we have to look at this, that we have to build our defenses more quickly, because we have to shoot down, and this is also the deterrence, part of deterrence.
Thank you. Andre from Poland. Where is he? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russia does not need boots on the ground, no tanks crossing border to attack NATO. They use migrants, cyber attacks, sabotage, disinformation, shadow fleets. And in that case, enemy have the space to dictate the tempo of hybrid warfare. And my question is, are we as a NATO alliance prepared to operate proactively below the kinetic threshold? I mean, should NATO move from a reactive posture to proactive strategic that disrupts hybrid threats before they materialize? Of course, first step is a matter of political will. In Poland, we sent a clear message.
Sorry, I do need a short question.
We are prepared, vigilant, and ready to act proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre.
Shortly, yes. We agree that we have to enhance our preparation below Article 5, because that's what is being on the active side and what will increase definitely, because as Russia is being, so to say, confronted with Ukraine at the front, so they have no other option but actually just to increase the scale with different, let's say, operations, with counter intel, sabotage, and so on. So that is happening as well. So definitely we have to, and that means that we have not only to act and train our defense plans for defending against conventional attack, but also to really not only think but practice this below Article 5. And very shortly on this air defense, so we have to increase our air defense posture as an alliance, because I forgot that to mention, very important. That means that we have to have much more forces. We understand the logic military, that the NATO military commanders want this flexible, but still if we don't have those capabilities, who could confidently shoot down, So that's a problem. So that's also then, you know, difficult to speak about real deterrence in that sense.
Thank you.
Maybe just add a little bit. Lithuania has a quite solid plans from 2014 when Green Men entered in Crimea. So we already adjusted our response, how to support government and military or civilian institutions in case of emergency. And we have even adjustments in the laws that armed forces in peacetime can come and to support Ministry of Interior in some emergency situations.
Thank you. Mehmet from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the illuminating presentations. The Minister offered us to be more aggressive, especially because of time pressure. I want to ask this. Given the growing operational lessons from Ukraine, how can allies strengthen defense industry research capacity and sustainable ammunition production while preserving interoperability and long-term resilience? Yeah, can it be done aggressively? Thank you.
So thank you for the question. I think that the answer is that we have to combine all our defense industrial and industrial, first of all, potential of Europeans, North Americans, Ukrainians, but not only them, also Indo-Pacific partners like Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia. So this is, I think, our common understanding and common effort that we have to look what we can do better in boosting the defense industrial potential. And of course, it is much talk about this European Union instruments and about the proportions, how much others are allowed into this one. But I think that this is also a case, and we had this 1 year exception that we could buy those capabilities that we could, but also those 35% as well is included. So sorry for those technicalities, but in principle I think the answer that we have just to build, let's say, factories and to do that aggressively. So that's the short answer.
Thank you. Johan from Belgium. Yes. Well, you can only have one, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Could you please, yes, Baltic corridor, and the question was... how do you assess how quickly NATO can reinforce... Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I got it. Thank you for... actually, with the Poles, we have quite solid plan to keep Poland Armed Forces. We have a solid plan to keep open corridor. But of course, military mobility is very important point, which very important on, I think, European Union agenda, how to make as quickly as possible. Of course, more like it's countries or political questions, but we already tested it with a smaller amount of troops, I think 5-6 years ago, where I think British company from Germany reached Estonia, I think, in 2 or 3 days. Actually, it works, but of course, national regulations we have to change. You have to look at, especially when bridges, roads, and whatever, and of course, as soon as possible, to get reinforcements as soon as possible. Of course, it's in my, as military chief of armed forces, intention, but it's, as is understood, it's mostly regarding the nations and their regulations. So if they agree, so all goes well, because we are even producing a new gauge, European gauge, in order to make it more smooth transition from Europe to our Baltic region.
Thank you. And we have a question from Ukraine.
Yes, Mariana from Ukraine. Actually, there was a question about Suwalski corridor gap. But I was a little bit, in a way, thank you for your presentation, but in a way I was impressed that you are still make the overall logical structure based on traditional domains. But you know, even according to public sources, there was a recent investigation in Times when only 48 hours and Suez Gap would be occupied, and 3 countries would be just blocked in 2 days. And there are some, I made the analysis I can give you if you are interested. The only way is to relaunch your defense, even a very interesting and capable idea about total defense, but this system into drone-like variant. Not about, of course, some certain production, some certain companies that it was like announced in the Times magazine, but to rearrange into drones. I did not see.
Can you ask your question, please?
Yes, in this structure. How, and also taking into account that your plans in 2028, 2029, 2020, but here and now, what are you planning to do? And if you need additional help, even just now, I have this analysis and can give you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only one sentence.
Sorry, we have no time. So you've
yes.
asked your question. Thank you very much. There's more sessions.
It's no time for Ukraine. You can, we can make those presentations about what is going on in these rooms. In half of a year, there would be another reality, and it's also questionable. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I understood your point, but you know, I'm not going to tell or show you what you would like. I'm showing what I wanted to show you, just because of sensitivity of some developments. Sorry for that. You know, it's not a secret room, and of course I'm not going to tell. But what I wanted to say as a military person, that we are working on that, and Times, the world, different research was done by think tanks, and of course they don't know or sometimes they don't know our plans, what we are doing, because they don't know. We are not exposing them. We are not. And of course, it's mainly made on assumptions. And assumptions, even our experts, software experts, I would call them, sometimes they, maybe they served some 10 or 15 years ago in Lithuanian Armed Forces. They say, we are not going to right direction. And it's always a fight with, discussion, I would say, discussion in Lithuania. But what also Vice Minister already mentioned, and I mentioned, so we are going to this direction. And we are not going to fight in Lithuania territory. We will move our fight if Russians or Belarusians step in our territory, move to their territory. And that's why we're investing in long-range, not only air defense, but all long-range fires and so on and so on. And we are members of NATO, don't forget. We rely on NATO, and I show you numbers. Currently, we have more than 3,000 currently in Lithuania, and indicators and warnings will work much. I hope, and I believe that it will work timely, as it was in Ukrainian case, but nobody believed it. It was about 2-3 months was already indications that it's something going on, but not necessarily it was accepted as a threat. That's why I believe in NATO. NATO is most powerful defensive alliance, and having good friends, we will defend all together. But of course, investing in these niche capabilities, which of course, because of this reality, new reality, we maybe not paid too much attention, but we are little by little going there.
Thank you. And finally, Mikhail Sherba from the European Parliament, wherever he is. Former president. Yes, there he is.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, colleagues and excellent speakers. I have one question on military mobility challenges. The EU is working on this. Also, the European Parliament. What's the importance of this legislative package for Lithuania and other Baltic states? taking into consideration the need to make cooperation with our close partners like Ukraine and Moldova. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. So this is one of those big priorities, because as also Chief of Defense mentioned regarding the plans, we are still resting very much on reinforcement as such, and we are not having here, let's say, 5 NATO armies withstanding Russian armies. So not just, but big numbers of allies, but still. So that's why military mobility is important. So we are congratulating actually and supporting very much European Union and NATO common work, because that's very much interrelated. And of course, it is our big support and expectation that we will reach agreement on the next MFF, and that this big package, which is now foreseen like 17-18 billion of euros, will not be, so to say, shrinking, that it will be alive, so to say, and maybe even bigger, because we understand that we have much to invest, and as Lithuania, we are investing almost 100 million euros per year for this military mobility on those sensitive areas, and including on Ukrainian question as well, on those important alternative, let's say, roads that we would be, capable of implementing our plans. So this is really important. We have to work, and we expect that this package will be adopted, let's say, before our presidency, but let's see. If not, then we will have to deal in our presidency.
Minister General, thank you very much indeed for your time, and we'll offer our normal appreciation to them both, colleagues. Thank you. We're very grateful for you coming to speak to us this morning. Colleagues, we are behind, as you can tell. We will have a very short coffee break now. We hope to make up some time in the next session, but please be back in the room at 11:25. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3, sound check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can try speaking Lithuanian, 1, 2, 3, garso.
Can I encourage colleagues to take their seats, please? We will start in a moment. Hang on, where's Spiros is? Sorry. Hang on. All right, so these two switching around, right. Okay, just before we start, just to let you know, this afternoon we will be flipping around the two presentations. So Spiros will present his first at 14:35, and then Mike Turner will present his at 15:35. So it's just a slight rearrangement of the program, but nothing significant. But now we move on to our next item, which is hearing on strengthening NATO's capabilities in the northern flank, an imperative for credible collective defence. And this will be presented by Senator Rebecca Paterson, our DSC General Rapporteur, who will present the outline of her general report on strengthening NATO's capability in the northern flank. And Rebecca, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So where are we? Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you in Vilnius, and it's a particular honor to speak in the Seimas. This is the place more than 35 years ago where Lithuania regained its independence and renewed the foundations of its democracy and has become a key ally in NATO. Colleagues, we're now using these panels as hearings to explore the issues together and then debate some of the key recommendations that we, as parliamentarians from our respective allied nations, should consider as we take on the important issues facing our common security interests. I hope to take home the key elements of today's discussions, as well as any key insights and recommendations from our invited expert, and incorporate them into the final draft report, which I will then draft in the coming months and submit to you for review in the run-up to our annual session in Berlin at the end of November. This year's DSC General Report, Strengthening NATO's Capability in the Northern Flank, an Imperative for Credible Collective Defense, addresses a key evolving deterrence and defense challenge for all allies. As we know well, the High North and the Arctic has been key to allied security since NATO's founding. Today, however, the Arctic and High North is increasingly becoming a new theater of strategic competition. This reality is creating new demands on allied forces. Russia has spent the past decade strengthening its military footprint in the Arctic, including new and refurbished Soviet-era bases, more advanced air and coastal defense systems, a more modern and expanded Northern Fleet, and upgraded and expanded strategic nuclear forces across the Kola Peninsula and beyond. Russia's modern advanced submarines are testing allies' ability to track them as they slip through the Barents and Northern Seas and into the North Atlantic, and I would also say in my backyard in the Arctic. And Russia's surface ships have been increasingly active around nodes of the GI-UK gap and beyond. China, while not yet a military actor in the Arctic, declaring itself a near-Arctic nation, is building a presence through scientific research, satellite observation, and polar data collection. These are all activities with potential military applications. As Russia and China deepen their cooperation, Arctic security, High North security is increasingly intertwined with the wider dynamics of the North Atlantic and the North Pacific. This increases the complexity of the environment for which NATO must prepare. NATO has already begun to respond. Finland and Sweden's accession has strengthened the alliance's posture across the Arctic and High North, adding situational awareness and land domain capabilities. Allies have also stepped up their training in Arctic conditions through exercises like Cold Response, Arctic Endurance, Operation Nanook, and in addition, Arctic Sentry, led by JFC Norfolk, provides a new framework for coordination of national and NATO activities. And we cannot forget NORAD in here. But more is needed. The scale of the challenge is considerable. As a Canadian, I am acutely aware of this. Please know that the Canadian Arctic alone covers 4 million square kilometers and 162,000 kilometers of coastline. Arctic operating conditions are unforgiving. The cold degrades electronic, drains batteries, pushes equipment beyond its design limits, and kills humans. This is why investments in cold weather adapted systems, ice-strengthened vessels, deep-water ports, and all-season airfields are essential for a credible Arctic posture, including focus on the human domain factors. We also need better situational awareness, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and early warning capabilities, as well as high-latitude communications, including through NORAD modernization. Investments in new space-based systems and long-range radar networks will be central to this effort. Emerging technologies can also help address some gaps. Uncrewed systems can maintain a presence in areas where manned platforms cannot, and AI and data fusion can accelerate detection and decision-making. But they all come at a cost. But hardware and technology alone will not be enough. Allied forces also need better training, command and control arrangements, interoperability, and as I said previously, human factors understanding. Allied industries will need to adapt and produce and sustain Arctic and high North capable equipment at scale. As parliamentarians, we can enable progress in this area. We can push our governments to prioritize the Arctic and high North in national planning, fund the capabilities our forces need, and ensure our industries are better incentivized to deliver at scale. We should also make the case to our citizens that high North and Arctic security is not a regional concern, but critical to the security of the whole alliance and ultimately each of our own national sovereignty. I look forward to hearing more about this from our speaker and from your questions and insights. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Chair.
Rebecca, thank you very much indeed. I would now like to welcome Dr. Liselotte Odgaard, non-resident senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Her work focuses on great power relations, especially between China, Russia, and the United States, and the implications of these in regions such as the Arctic, Indo-Pacific, and Europe. She has held visiting positions at Harvard University, the Woodrow Wilson Center, and the Norwegian Nobel Institute, and is the author of numerous monographs, books, and peer-reviewed articles. Thank you very much for being with us here today. You have the floor for your introductory remarks.
Sorry. Thank you. Distinguished parliamentarians and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to contribute at what is a defining moment for NATO's northern flank. Let me begin with a simple but essential point. The Arctic and the Baltic are not separate security theaters. They form one strategic space. What happens in the high north directly shapes NATO's ability to reinforce, deter, and defend across the Baltic region and the wider alliance. So the question is not whether the northern flank matters, the question is whether we are politically and practically prepared to act on that reality. Let me turn first to Russia, because here clarity is essential. Russia is the immediate and principal military challenge on NATO's northern flank. What should concern us most is not simply an increase in activity, but the way in which that activity is structured and what it is designed to achieve. First, the Arctic has become central to Russia's war-fighting strategy. It's not a peripheral theater anymore, it's a core operational space. It hosts Russia's sea-based nuclear deterrent, supports long-range precision strike systems, and importantly, enables submarine operations into the North Atlantic. Our work on submarines at Hudson Institute shows that Russian attack submarines increasingly operate beyond traditional bastion areas into the Norwegian Sea, the Geo Gap, and the wider Atlantic. These deployments are not only about sea denial, they are about preparing to disrupt NATO's reinforcement routes, target undersea infrastructure, and introduce friction into alliance operations in wartime. In other words, they are aligned with the logic of coercion and not just deterrence, using military capability not only to prevent action, but to influence NATO's decisions during a crisis by creating risk and uncertainty. Second, Russia is systematically turning Arctic geography into strategic leverage. Through the Northern Sea Route, expanded basing and integrated air and coastal defense systems, it is creating a continuous operational corridor stretching from the Kola Peninsula through the Barents Sea into the Guyuk Gap and onwards into the North Atlantic and the Baltic region. This turns geography into leverage over access and timing. In other words, it allows Russia to shape when and where NATO can safely operate rather than simply reacting to NATO movements. Third, we see a growing emphasis on vulnerabilities below the threshold of open conflict. Russian activity increasingly focuses on subsea cables, energy infrastructure, and maritime choke points. These are not marginal targets, they're central to the functioning of modern economies and military systems. They offer Russia the ability to impose costs and create uncertainty without crossing the threshold into full-scale war. For example, disruption of a cable or a shipping route may not trigger Article 5, but it can still have immediate military and economic effects. What follows from this assessment is that NATO must prepare not primarily for territorial invasion into the high north, but for disruption in the form of disruption of reinforcement, of infrastructure, and of decision-making, not least. These are scenarios characterized by speed, by ambiguity, and by short warning times. This is where parliamentarians play a decisive role. These are not purely military challenges. They require sustained investment in domain awareness, particularly in the maritime and subsurface domains. They require treating infrastructure resilience as a core element of national security policy, and they require ensuring that the Arctic, the Atlantic, and the Baltic are planned and resourced as a single operational space. Above all, they require reducing political delay, because time is the key variable that Russia seeks to manipulate. Because by delaying reinforcements, slowing political decisions, or creating uncertainty early in a crisis, even relatively small actions can have disproportionate strategic effects. Let me turn briefly to China. China is not a military actor in the Arctic yet, but it would be a mistake to treat it as marginal, because China should be understood as a strategic enabler rather than a primary actor. Its activities have three dimensions. First, it's developing dual-use capabilities through research stations, satellite systems, and data collection platforms. These may appear civilian, but they have clear military applications, particularly in situational awareness. Second, China contributes to Russia's resilience by providing technological and economic support, which helps sustain Russia's military posture under conditions of sanctions and pressure. Third, China is positioning itself for the long term, learning how to operate in Arctic conditions and establishing a foothold that can be expanded later. Individually, China doesn't pose a direct military threat in the high north, but in combination with Russia, it extends the time horizon and the complexity of the challenge. Russia provides the military capability and China provides industrial and technological depth. Here, parliamentarians again have an essential role. You must ensure transparency in foreign investments and research cooperation. You must treat dual-use activity as a security issue, not simply an economic one, and you must support coordinated approaches across the alliance to manage these risks. Let me now turn to communication, because one of your most important responsibilities is explaining to our societies why the Arctic matters. For many citizens, the Arctic appears to be remote and abstract, but in reality, it's directly connected to their security and prosperity. The first message is that this is about homeland defense. What happens in the Arctic affects early warning systems, missile detection, and the approaches to both North America and Europe. The second is that this is about reinforcement. NATO's ability to defend Europe depends on secure transatlantic movement. If those sea lanes are disrupted, the credibility of our defense posture is weakened. And the third is that this is about economic resilience. Undersea cables carry the majority of global data traffic, and Arctic routes are increasingly central to trade and energy flows. These are not distant concerns, they are structural foundations of our security. Turning to capabilities, the most important challenge NATO faces in the Arctic is not a lack of strategy, but a set of persistent gaps. The first gap is situational awareness. Surveillance remains uneven, data is fragmented, and subsurface monitoring in particular is insufficient. This matters because submarines exploit gaps, not strength. They do not challenge our strongest defenses. They look for gaps in coverage or coordination and use those positions themselves where they can operate undetected and create disruption. The second gap is persistence. NATO presence in the Arctic is still episodical and it's seasonal, but in this environment, absence is not neutral, it creates opportunity. If presence is intermittent, it gives adversaries predictable windows in which they can operate with reduced risk of detection. The third gap is reinforcement and mobility. The distances are vast, infrastructure is limited, and the environment itself is unforgiving. Reinforcement is not simply a matter of political will, it's structurally difficult. Addressing these gaps requires prioritizing integrated surveillance from seabed to space, strengthening anti-submarine capabilities and coordination, and investing in Arctic-adapted logistics and sustainment. And it also requires focusing attention on critical geographic pressure points, particularly the Bear Gap, the Guyuk Gap, and the wider Greenland-Iceland-UK corridor, all of which are central to alliance reinforcements. Infrastructure is a crucial part of this picture. It's not a supporting element, it's decisive. Today, the northern flank suffers from limited deep water port capacity, insufficient all-season airfields, fragile transport networks, and exposed communication infrastructure in particular. These vulnerabilities constrain military operation and increase risk in crisis. The priorities are clear: develop deep water ports, invest in dual-use runways and logistics hubs, harden communication systems, and create redundancy in energy and data networks. These efforts should not start from scratch. They can build on NATO planning, European funding mechanisms, Nordic cooperation, and North American initiatives such as NORAD modernization. For parliamentarians, this again comes back to responsibility. You control funding, regulatory frameworks, and the integration between civilian and military systems. Infrastructure resilience must be treated as national security policy, not just regional development. Let me conclude by returning to the political level. The fundamental question is why these investments matter. The answer is simply because they determine whether deterrence works. If the northern flank is weak, reinforcement is delayed, warning is reduced, and vulnerabilities increase. Deterrence does not fail dramatically. It fails quietly through small gaps, delayed responses, and missed signals, rather than through a single visible breakdown. This is also the message that must be communicated to the public. Security begins in the north, and early investment reduces later costs. And the credibility of the alliance depends on its ability to secure its own approaches. Let me end with 3 practical points that should be my main recommendations. First, as mentioned, the Arctic must be treated as a core element of homeland defense, not as a peripheral or niche theater. Second, the key requirement is to close gaps in awareness, in persistence, and in mobility. And third, we must ensure coherence across the Arctic, the Atlantic, and the Baltic. Above all, parliamentarians are not observers of Arctic security, they are enablers of it. What is required now is not new concepts, but sustained political will, investment, and strategic clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent, Liselott. Before I open to the floor for questions, which I currently have 4, I'm going to invite Rebecca, perhaps to ask our expert the first question when she's back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osgaard. That was excellent and a great scene setter for where we are. And I like your recommendations when we're talking about it is a contiguous space, that it is the Arctic is essential to alliance security, no matter wherever you exist within the alliance, that we need to close gaps. I just like the way you laid them out, by the way, in terms of awareness from space to subsurface and looking at mobility and building infrastructure. This is a human security issue as much as it is a state security issue as we move forward, and all those elements need to be planned. And last we've talked about is coherent policies. So having the privilege of asking the few questions, I've been thinking about this for a while, and there are a number of things, because it can be very hard for some of our allies within NATO to understand why this matters to them. And we realize that we need to focus on our own flanks. But how do you think we can better prepare non-Arctic allies to operate in Arctic conditions? And how should burden sharing work on the northern flank when we have non-Arctic allies who are hesitant to contribute meaningfully in this area?
I agree, that's one of our biggest challenges. One of the points we're trying to investigate and talk about at Hudson is really the submarine challenge. That Russia has not neglected its submarine fleet, and you should be particularly aware of the smaller, faster attack submarines that are dual use and can carry conventional and nuclear weapons. Russia is replacing the older submarines with new Yasen M-class submarines, and they're preparing them for long strike operations as well. Any war in Europe or any Russian start of a conflict will definitely involve the forces, including the submarine forces that are located next to northern Norway. Russia will activate them very quickly because, as I explained, these are the operational patterns we can see in our team indicates that Russia is training to use them early in a crisis to create disruption and uncertainty, and that will buy them time to strengthen their position in other theaters while NATO is trying to find out, should they respond to this disruption? Is it just another test of Russia, or is it the start of a crisis? Therefore, it's super important that, you know, the whole area from the Barents Sea and down to the Baltic Sea is treated as one operational space, because really early warning about a bigger crisis will be seen by Russian behavioral patterns up there, up in the north. Because they treat it as one operational space, and therefore we have to do the same. And as I also explained, infrastructure, things that are also civilian, like subsea cables, ports, etc., they're very much part of what we need to prioritize here. If I were to say one thing that comes first, it's subsea communication systems and situational awareness, because we don't want to escalate, but we need to know where all the Russian submarines are. And our war games show that at most we catch 1 out of 6 Russian submarines. That's not very good. But even if one slips through, it can create a lot of disruption. So sensors, uncrewed systems that can give us a complete seabed operational picture is really important, because we need to let the Russians know that we know where they are, what they're trying to achieve. That's really a really main point. And that's not escalating, that's kind of pushing Russia back and give them second thoughts about whether they are able to use disruption in a major conflict, for example.
Right, thank you very much. I'll move in a moment to questions from the floor, of which I have 6, and we have about 20 minutes, so that's 3 minutes really per question and answer, if you can bear that in mind. But before I do that, I think Rick McCormick from the US wants to say a couple of words. Sir.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to address the body. There was a rumor that we didn't want to be with you at NATO. I assure you we're here not because of the great soup or any other celebrations that's going on right now here in Lithuania, but we are happy to be here. We're very bipartisan, very dedicated to NATO. There is no shaking our alliance. We want to assure you that we always want to be here, and that we couldn't be here because of our rules that we're actually addressing to try to change into the future. We hated that we were kept from you, but we will continue to be with you in perpetuity. I want to assure you as a body that the United States, every one of us here, wants to be here every single time, and we believe in this institution and what we're trying to accomplish together.
Rick, thank you very much. And indeed, I think all nations occasionally send mixed messages, but the one thing that we have learnt from our US colleagues is just focus on what Congress and the Senate passes, and that's a clear indication of the continued support from the US for NATO. So thank you very much for those words. I will move now, if I can, to our first question, which is Jukka from Finland.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Admiral Patterson, for your excellent report, and thank you, Dr. Odgaard, for your excellent keynotes. Your report highlights the importance of operating in Arctic and subarctic conditions. Norway, Finland and Sweden possess extensive expertise in winter warfare and cold weather operations. So should NATO establish a more systematic approach for training allied land forces in northern conditions, and what would that look like if NATO would establish a system like that? And actually, while I'm at it, would it be feasible, or do you see a need for NATO to develop a dedicated Arctic and High North training framework which would be established in the Nordic countries, for example? And also, Dr. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, briefly to your question, it's obviously a great addition to have Finland and Sweden as fully part of NATO now, because they're key to the Baltic Sea theater, and we rely, for example, on Swedish submarines and Finnish mine warfare capabilities to keep the Russians away from the Baltic Sea in the event of a bigger crisis. But they're also key to the Arctic. In fact, I think one of the things that is necessary to do for NATO is also to establish a presence on the Northern Sea route along Russia's coastline. We've also talked about that in my team, and that means especially activating the Nordic countries who are next to Russia, and as we create commercial container routes, South Korea is already doing that, as well as China, which brings me back to the point we need to have presence along the Northern Sea route and connect our Indo-Pacific partners and allies, in particular South Korea and Japan, who have experience in navigating in ice-capable environments, with our Nordic allies. And Canada is one of the countries that's actually very active in doing that, because we need to have more commercial presence and more research vessels, so non-escalatory presence, and also data integration, which we could easily achieve, is super important, so that we can have one operational picture across this extremely vast area and follow and share what are Russian and Chinese developments, because Chinese submarine activity is also on the rise, and UUV activity in our part. So that is one thing where I think your countries are super important.
If you want to.
I will be brief, but yes, I think that your point about how can we, the northern nations, from the US through to Finland, how can we get better together and become the framework nations? I actually believe we're seeing the foundation of that already with those different exercises I've listed, but I do believe we would all benefit from it being more cohesive. And there is a parliamentary component to that, because ultimately it rests with us to agree to move in that direction. So we talked about human factors and survivabilities. There are, as you said, from space to subsurface is going to be critical, with a common operating picture from Finland through to Alaska is going to be critical. And I think the other areas we also need to continue smoothing out is our work with NORAD and how we're interacting with things like the JEF with. So I do believe that potentially as parliamentarians, we can go back and have these discussions about right from integrated ground-based training, so we truly are interoperable, but also trying to address those political gaps because of our kind of Cold War former footing in order to make us have a more cohesive policy across the Arctic. Thanks.
Thank you. Trond from Norway.
Thank you, and thank you to Rebecca and to Liselott for their good introductions. The Chinese are interested in the Arctic, as is NATO PA currently. That's good. The 7th of May and the 15th of May, 2 Chinese nationals were arrested in Norway for espionage. They had one lady hired a house, and they found in Oslo Harbor a container belonging to her company with 22 tons of electronic equipment. And also this other guy, he had installed himself in an old wartime bunker close to the airport of Bodø. So this is the interest is rising, and what we see is that all Russian submarine ships, they have to pass Norway to get out, and we should see the map, because the water is very shallow and then it goes down to the deep. That's why the geo gap is so important. So we are doing our best, but we're a small nation. We have good support from the US and other NATO allies, but what could we do more to enhance the awareness about this? Because, for example, deep sea ports, Norway has over 500 ports that can be used. So there is no lack of deep sea ports, but that's in Norway because people live around the coast. So that's different from other parts where there's no people. Thank you.
Well, I think you do have deep water ports, but there is a limited capacity in ports like Kirkenes and Tromsø. So I don't think it's perfect, and there isn't much redundancy in the infrastructure. In Greenland, on the other side, there really isn't much either. And that's like a big gap where the Russian submarines can hide. And that gap needs to be closed. And again, we have to do it at scale. So that means sensors and uncrewed systems. We can't do it with maritime patrol aircraft and all those other things that we have, because it needs to be boosted quite substantially. China is a big concern. One of our projects is going forward is to look at their operational patterns in our part of the world, in the high north, to see precisely how they operate and what that indicates going forward. There is a continuous desire in China to be able to operate independently of Russia in Arctic, so they have all the capabilities, everything ice capable, and they can produce it all themselves, icebreakers, submarines, commercial vessels, etc. Because in the long run, Russia's future is uncertain, and they will operate there regardless of whether Russia can get its act together or not, regardless of the political future of Russia. And as mentioned, they have the capabilities to quickly scale up their footprint in the high north if they want to and finds it to their advantage. They just don't want to do that now because they still want to remain plugged in European economies, especially, and also, you know, learn from them and steal technology and whatnot. So for now, no, but they're definitely a major technological and financial enabler of Russia, and that will only increase.
I will also add. I'll also add, because the way China operates around our US-Canada Arctic space is, I'll use scientific ships. I'm going to use Canadian examples, which are very similar. It's on the economic front. Alerting our population, especially in incredibly sparsely populated areas, is as critical as surveillance from space, surface, and subsurface. What we have found is that China has gone into indigenous communities offering health care, for example. And do we hear about this in the South, as they call us, is not always guaranteed. So creating awareness amongst our local populations in the Arctic is absolutely critical. So this information and communication is there, of which we then need to invest in communication, civilian communication systems. And I think that the education of our population is another critical component of this, along with detecting the activity that is going on. But we are finding it on critical minerals fronts, buying into subcontracting into mines, etc. And as parliamentarians, being aware of this and making sure that our legislation keeps up with it. Thank you.
Right, we'll continue our Arctic tour with Neil from Iceland, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Rebecca and Dr. Odgaard. Okay, I'm from Iceland, and I'm that old. I remember the Cold War and as an air traffic controller in Iceland before I went to the Parliament, quite familiar with this. We have been seeing a lot of activity in the last years, and we can see also that our friends from NATO European countries will bring their PAs to Iceland in the next years for anti-surveillance submarine. Maybe, you know, is this, as you say, and I do agree, that the submarines are the biggest threat that the Russians have. And you know, those small ones, the new ones, dual use, this is probably the biggest and strongest weapon that Russia has. We also know that Putin, 20 years ago, he made a strategy about the Yamal area and the oil and liquid natural gas there, and said at that time it should be 40% of the economical you know, future of Russia. So how do you know, in your, it's good to get your expertise on this. How do you see this, the Northern Sea route and all that. We know the Japanese, China, India, they're all coming I think it's about 10% of Japanese energy is coming from Yamal. That's one of the figures I just read about. So how do you see this happening? And maybe the main question, two main questions. Did I hear you wrong that you said that situational awareness of the submarines in the Atlantic, that we know about 1/6 of them? If you could just elaborate a little bit on that. And so but are we, in the North Atlantic, concerning the anti-submarine surveillance, are we back to the Cold War times concerning that, to follow them up and things like that? And that last part.
Well, I'm indulging you as an Arctic nation, but you are testing now.
But I also think that our European NATO countries, now they are much more aware of the importance of the submarines for Western Europe. Do you agree with that than before?
I've been told to answer briefly. So on the submarines, I want to say I work with the Center for Defense Concepts and Technology very closely on this, and they conduct classified and unclassified war games all the time, including on the Arctic. And those results is where what I said came from. In the last one I was present at, it was one team caught one Russian submarine, or sunk one Russian submarine. 5 got through the geo gap. What we want to do with that situational awareness is to make the Russians aware that we know at all times where they are, and we want to push them up towards the Barents Sea, where the more potent submarines are, so they're closer to home base. So we want to detect them, and then they don't want to be found, so we want to push them up there. That's a major thing to do, that not escalating, but showing the Russians that we know where they are and what they're doing. With Japan and South Korea, I already spoke to that. I think they're closer, they have worked more closely with Russia. Therefore, they're also good to use, because now they want to work on security and defense with NATO. And they are used to operating there and with the Russians. And we can exploit that. South Korea is already planning a container route, for example. Everything like that presence also means we're more aware of what's going on. So I think it's helpful that they have that connection. Thank you.
Okay, we're basically out of time, but I have 3 more questions, so you can all work that out for yourselves. But Rick, I think you did want to ask a question as well as your statement. I'm sorry.
Very specifically, I think submarines are the ultimate weapon right now, and I think we all agree that's the most advanced technology and the most dangerous weapon. The United States has suffered in its shipbuilding recently, and it's widespread known. How do we compare against Russia in our shipbuilding? I know we're way behind China in our ability to produce on cost, on time. How do we compare to a country that only has a $2.1 trillion GDP compared to our $30 trillion GDP? Because I don't think anybody else is in the same classification as Russia and the United States in submarine building.
Very briefly, first of all, Russia works with China, and this is very important, and they are producing, for example, dual-use ships in China that will also be available to the Russians going forward. Also, Russia is leading in certain areas, and so is China. For example, in uncrewed systems for seabed purposes, they're very far ahead. That's another challenge for us. So in certain areas that are important, they're doing well. I'm happy to talk to you later about this if you're interested.
Yeah, I'd be curious here, in volume, not just technology.
In volume, they are competitive as well. But with submarines, you don't need a lot of them. Yeah. You just need very capable submarines. So quantity doesn't matter here.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to take the last 2 questions together, if I can. And in the act of NATO unity, we'll have Nicholas from Greece, followed by Mustafa from Turkey.
Well, yes, as a true disciple of the 360-degree approach, I'd like to pose a question. I'd like to bring up the issue of icebreakers. We've discussed a lot submarines. Apparently, Russia has a great numbers advantage in icebreakers vis-à-vis all the other NATO members combined in the region. How big a factor is it And are we making too much out of it now that climate change kicks in? Thank you.
Icebreakers is super important for, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report, which included important details. My question is, how can allies improve civil-military coordination and operational resilience in the Arctic, given the region's harsh environment, limited infrastructure, and logistical constraints? Thank you.
Briefly on icebreakers, they're important that we get more of them for presence, and also we need ice-capable warships that are sort of multi-role and that can operate on the ice margin in the Norwegian Sea, carry drones, because submarines come out, the Russian submarines is at their weakest when they come out from under the ice, so we should be there, and that requires ice-capable multi-role vessels. What was the other question? I forget now. Yeah, I mean, coordination and cooperation is essential in the Arctic, and the US understands that as well as the other nations. This is such a vast and complex, difficult to operate area that all hands should be on deck here, and even small contributions with sensors, etc., whatever is a specialty of smaller nations in NATO is absolutely necessary to integrate. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Thank you both for your contributions. It was an excellent panel, and I think we will thank our guests in the normal way. Thank you. We've got to move on, but thank you. Sorry, okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll move into our final session before lunch, which is, we'll just allow our colleagues to change over. Rick, are you coming? That's great, thank you. Which is hearing on fast-tracking NATO's defence innovation and rapid adoption. What role for allied parliaments, which will be presented by Rick Larsen, the DSCTC rapporteur, and Ryan Benitez, the Chief Commercial Officer from NATO Diana. Welcome, please. Rick, when you're ready, you have the floor, but no pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues and dear friends, it's a pleasure to be here today in Vilnius to present the draft outline of my new DSCTC report, Fast Tracking NATO's Defense Innovation and Rapid Adoption, What Role for Allied Parliaments? As my Canadian colleague noted before me, these new panels are a great way for the committee to collaborate more effectively and focus our reporting in the spring. So I will incorporate feedback from today's discussion, along with recommendations from our invited expert, into the final draft report. The final draft report will be ready for your review ahead of our annual session in Berlin. Let me start with an observation. The war in Ukraine is driving new thinking about modern warfare. Innovating quickly is important, but integrating and scaling new technologies is just as essential. In Ukraine, the innovation cycle has been compressed to weeks rather than years. Feedback from the front line is integrated rapidly, and non-traditional suppliers have become part of the defense ecosystem. Ukraine's ability to rapidly adopt innovations has become as important as any weapon system as a result. This has raised a question for NATO and its allies. Can we do the same? The answer right now is not yet, and not at the necessary scale. Years of underinvestment, insufficient and fragmented demand, and slow procurement weakened the ability of allied defense industrial bases to scale quickly. Acquisition systems remain too bureaucratic and slow for modern conflict. The good news is that NATO has recognized these challenges and is responding. In 2025, all allies met the 2% defense spending benchmark, and leaders have committed to invest 5% of GDP by 2035. The Defense Production Action Plan aims to expand joint procurement, increase output, and address supply chain vulnerabilities. These are significant steps. On their own, however, they will not be enough. That's where NATO's innovation initiatives matter. First, the 2025 Rapid Adoption Action Plan sets a target of identifying, testing, and adopting promising technologies within 24 months. That is an ambitious timeline that can only be met with robust interoperability, common standards, and early coordination between allies and defense manufacturers. Second, DIANA, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, is building a transatlantic network connecting startups and innovators with accelerator sites, test centers, and military end users. Its annual challenges invite innovators to propose solutions to real operational problems and test them with the people who will use them. This connection between innovators and end users is what sets DIANA apart. Finally, there is also NATO's direct cooperation with Ukraine. While fighting for the future of their country, the Ukrainian military has become an incredible source of battlefield innovation and knowledge. The NATO-Ukraine Innovation Cooperation Roadmap and the Unite Brave NATO program are building bridges between allied and Ukrainian innovators. Similar partnerships are being built at the EU and at national levels. These initiatives have great potential, but challenges remain. DIANA cannot force allied governments to buy what it develops. The Rapid Adoption Action Plan sets timelines, but procurement remains a national prerogative, and cultural inertia in defense ministries remains an issue. That's where we come in. We control the budgets. We conduct oversight. We can demand answers when promising technologies stall. We can push governments to integrate NATO commitments into national legislation and procurement systems at work. And so today we have with us Ryan Benitez, who is the Chief Commercial Officer of NATO DIANA, and she will take us deeper into this very topic. So I look forward to a productive discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rick, thank you very much indeed. And you have stolen my job by introducing Ryan Benitez, but that's fine. Her work focuses on driving growth and adoption of emerging and disruptive technologies in the commercial market and armed forces. Ms. Benitez began her career as a US Navy officer and has since worked in roles across national security, venture capital, and technology acceleration. Ms. Benitez, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for welcoming me here today. As you just heard, my name is Ryan Benitez, NATO DIANA's Chief Commercial Officer, and I'm honored to speak to you about our work to strengthen NATO's technological edge and accelerate emerging technologies towards adoption. Threats are changing faster than traditional defense systems can adapt. Commercial technology now advances on timelines measured in months, while defense adoption often takes years. Without a practical way to test, validate, and adopt new technology quickly, allies risk falling behind in real-world operations. DIANA exists to close that gap. DIANA is NATO's mechanism for turning promising commercial technology into usable military capability faster, with lower risk, and across more allies than national systems can manage alone. DIANA operates through an alliance-wide network of 16 accelerator sites and more than 200 test centers. This ensures geographic balance and allied participation. In a world where there are fragmented national pilots and distributed innovation on-ramps, DIANA sits at the heart of all 32 nations and one allied-wide pipeline, unlocking shared testing and validation of new technologies, interoperability, and faster transition to use. To be clear, top innovators come to DIANA not because they want a participation ribbon. They come because they want contracts and trusted private capital to scale their businesses and sell cutting-edge capabilities to those who need it most, the warfighters. NATO DIANA is not a policy body, it is not a grant fund, it is not a research lab. NATO Diana is an adoption body that places non-traditional emerging technologies, in many cases, on their first non-dilutive contract with NATO. It is often forgotten that we are a young organization achieving outsized impact with our lean budget. Diana opened its doors to its first innovators in 2023 and reached full operating capacity last year in 2025. This year is the first year that we fully scaled delivery, now supporting more than 150 innovators each year. As we move into 2027, we are able to shift our focus from achieving operating capacity to refining execution, achieving outcomes, and establishing new partnerships, for example, with Ukraine. While we remain in the early stages of achieving tangible adoption outcomes, Diana's ability to set the conditions for rapid adoption of its innovator solutions is increasingly mature and effective. Diana has built a proven, repeatable process that moves faster than traditional defense cycles. The way we do business has built confidence across the nations. This includes having a central seat to ingest problems from warfighters across all 32 nations, selecting solutions through open, competitive calls and a merit-based down-select process, conducting due diligence to protect the integrity of our system and protect critical technologies coming into Diana from our adversaries, and doing all of this while operating within NATO rules and national legal frameworks. Yes, Diana began by operating a massive accelerator program that each year gives innovators across the alliance the resources, expertise, and network they need to increase the chances of success with a dual-use strategy. Selected innovators receive a non-dilutive contract upon entry, training and mentorship from subject matter experts, access to end users for iteration, matchmaking with integration partners, and a NATO stamp of validation. But we do much more than operate an accelerator program. The real power of Diana is harnessed through what I like to call our three superpowers that exist because of the fact that we are a NATO body. Superpower 1 is NATO Diana's Rapid Adoption Service regulation. This is an element of NATO Diana that accelerates the transition of technologies from innovation through to adopted capability. It enables allies and NATO to co-develop, prototype, and advance Diana innovator solutions through an established legal and contracting pathway. Built on a legal framework approved by the NATO allies, Diana is able to award R&D and prototype contracts on behalf of allies and NATO bodies, providing a clear path to production at scale. Here is how it works. Allies or NATO entities identify a Diana solution or capability need and engage the Rapid Adoption Service. Specifications are co-developed with Diana, and selected innovators submit final tenders. Follow-on R&D prototype contracts are awarded, not in a year, not in months, but in a week if needed. Successfully demonstrated prototypes can move on to production, either back through the host nation's acquisition system or through our partners at NSPA, whose procurement regulation provides an option to award follow-on production contracts upon the successful demonstration of prototypes delivered as a result of competitive selection processes like Diana's Challenge program. For allies, the Rapid Adoption Service unlocks direct collaboration with competitively selected innovators and, most importantly, streamlined multinational adoption pathways. And for the innovators, it gives them direct access to the 32 markets and a clear path to deployment and procurement. There is trust and confidence in this process. The nations have started using it, and it is working. In the first few months, we completed 4 Rapid Adoption Service contracts with an additional 8 near the finish line. Utilization will continue to grow as nations become more informed about this mechanism. Superpower 2. Operational exercises. NATO Diana places innovators into multinational military exercises. This enables direct commercial upside through buyer access and live validation of solutions. OpExes place innovators directly alongside the military end user in realistic operational environments, enabling real-time demonstrations to potential buyers, hands-on user feedback, and proof of interoperability and operational value, often accelerating innovators' technology readiness, driving follow-on fielding opportunities, and leading to concrete outcomes such as contracts. This year, we will place 50 different companies into OPEXs. Superpower 3 is our ability to neutrally convene private capital. Private investment becomes critical to unlock, scale, and staying power for emerging dual-use technologies. Furthermore, without access to trusted private capital providers, our emerging technologies are sitting ducks for our adversaries. As required by NATO Diana's charter, in March, NATO Diana launched a private capital network to bring investors into a trusted two-way relationship. The network consists of the NATO Innovation Fund, allied sovereign-backed funds, and private investors willing to undergo screening and that are mission-aligned, deploying capital into critical technologies. Its objective is to increase awareness amongst the investment community on demand signals from NATO, create opportunities for co-investment amongst trusted partners, and crowd capital into the areas that will help us maintain our technological edge. In just our 3 years of operation, NATO Diana has learned a great deal and executed a hard pivot to rapid adoption in alignment with the Rapid Adoption Action Plan. We remain agile and bold, continuously evolving to keep pace. The innovation is not just in the emerging technologies coming through Diana. Innovation is in the way we build new rapid adoption frameworks, like our challenge-based program and the Rapid Adoption Service. One example of these learnings in action is the recent launch of what we call dynamic challenges. Dynamic challenges are launched as urgent operational end user needs come across our desk from a specific end user champion. These challenges establish the adoption pathway clearly up front. Selected solutions embark upon immediate rapid iteration with the end user champion, demonstration, and then quickly onto follow-on contract. The dynamic challenge is truly a combined effort towards adoption with the end user, who must come to us with a clearly defined problem, their own funding, senior flag level buy-in, assigned opt-in program, which is the mechanism for follow-on contracts, and most importantly, an identified transition program from their nation that will catch and fund the solution in the out years after prototyping and into production. In this year alone, Diana launched and implemented the Rapid Adoption Service, the NATO Diana Capital Network, and this dynamic challenge pathway. These are concrete examples of how we remain agile and respond to a changing world to deliver the best in class for NATO and all of your governments. Together as an alliance, we have a long road ahead and face challenges when it comes to adoption, many of which are defined in the committee's report. And it is true, Diana can only bring emerging technologies up to the point of true adoption. We do not control all the levers, but we can help set the right conditions. Successful dual use and defense adoption rests largely on 4 factors: demand, financing, procurement and legal mechanisms, and enablers and integration. On the demand side, Diana works directly with end users in the nation and within the NATO enterprise to understand the end user problems and ensure its challenges constitute credible representation of demand. Financing. NATO Diana awards non-dilutive capital and convenes trusted private capital to unlock scale. Procurement and legal mechanisms. Diana's rapid adoption service and competitive down select process are executed to a standard that allow us to place innovators onto prototyping contracts and support transition into production within the nations and NSPA. Enablers and integration. Organizational, operational, and industrial integration is essential for long-term sustained adoption of innovator solutions. Diana gives its innovators exposure and interaction with the integrators and organizations that will absorb their solutions. This is why placing innovators in relevant operational testing and experimentation is so valuable. Acknowledging that NATO allies have made considerable progress in stimulating and fostering early-stage innovation, I would like to highlight where allied parliaments can take action to increase the probability of adoption of new innovation. First, prioritize adoption alongside invention. Building and implementing new frameworks for adoption is innovation in itself. We often celebrate research investments, startup creation, and accelerator programs. These are important on a number of fronts, but these efforts only matter if capabilities are fielded. How can you better measure and assess within your own ministries how many technologies are moving from pilot to operational deployment, the timelines associated with it, and why failures exist? Secondly, understand the current barriers in your system for non-traditional suppliers. These types of innovators are often not equipped to face an acquisition system that was built to acquire large platforms for a different era. Reduce administrative burdens for non-traditional suppliers that are ill-equipped to administrate like the large defense primes. Expand and simplify contracting pathways designed specifically for non-traditional suppliers so they can receive their first defense contract at a speed of relevance. I would argue that that is in months and definitely less than a year. Dedicate funding from procurement budget lines, not just research budget, to bring on non-traditional suppliers. Collaborate and recognize mechanisms like Diana's rapid adoption service that allow non-traditional suppliers to scale across borders rather than being confined within national boundaries. Should a supplier need to navigate 32 separate systems to sell to allied governments? And lastly, accept a level of risk. When working with non-traditional innovators, we must not sacrifice competition, but accept a certain level of risk. Excessive caution and administration can become a strategic vulnerability in itself. It is a balance. Thank you for your time today. The establishment of entities like Diana is an achievement in itself and an indicator that there is a mindset shift towards change when it comes to adoption. I look forward to a meaningful discussion.
Ryan, thank you very much. I'll hand back to Rick first, if I may, and then we will be opening up to wider questions if you would indicate your desire to ask one to Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan, this body, the Parliamentary Assembly, was instrumental and very supportive of creating NATO's Diana. And so to have you here is, and to help us understand where Diana is now is really helpful to us. And I think we also want to be sure we continue to support its success. I have a few questions. One in particular, you mentioned the challenges that you create in order to test out equipment and ideas. Who defines those challenges and how do they get defined?
Thank you, great question. So we are built on a challenge framework, and at the front of that framework is challenge formation process. We take input from the NATO enterprise, from the NDPP, and from the nations themselves. We consolidate all of those inputs and capability needs into a commercial language that can go out to the public. We'll be launching our next set of challenges the first week in June. And so that is, that's the formation process for our general challenges. And for those dynamic challenges I mentioned, those occur continuously throughout the year, where we have end users coming to us with a specific problem and we work with them one-on-one to determine, does this need and is the funding available to run a very specific challenge.
And yes, just one more. You talked about, you gave us homework as parliamentarians. What further action is needed to connect Diana-supported technologies to national acquisition systems?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now, there's 32 different nations, 32 different systems, and it is a challenge. Right now, we're building a digital platform where the nations and end users can come on and see the solutions that have already gone through that competitive down select process. We have to look at, when we're trying to achieve at scale, connecting Diana innovators out through the nations, how can we do that? And digital platform is one way to do that. Another way is, we have a network of networks. So we have these 16 accelerator sites across the nations that are continuously engaging with operational end users. And it's just a matter of proactiveness through our board of directors and through our team to get out there and have conversations. But we are an open door to all 32 nations and willing to meet and discuss with acquisition representatives.
Right, we'll open up. I've got 3 questions. Before I do, I'm going to indulge myself and ask a question of my own. Whilst I absolutely understand the process and the advantages of rapid adoption, surely one of the biggest challenges is, though, how we integrate with legacy platforms, given that some of these platforms will have code which is written 20, 30 years ago. So how do we begin to address that integration challenge?
So right now we address the integration challenge by working with the industry providers that own and operate many of those large platforms. So a lot of the defense primes, they are critical, especially for our early stage innovators to integrate into those platforms. We are able to help remove barriers when it comes to achieving certain certifications, sponsoring innovators for clearances, and then when we look at the types of technologies bringing in, we can also help innovators design from the ground up how to be open, modular, and be able to plug into some of these legacy systems.
Thank you. Right, from the floor, Ramona from Romania.
Thank you, Chair. There are some voices saying that Diana funds may be too small in order to really support, such complex initiatives and projects. Now, is this true? What's your feedback from those that come and they register and they compete for the program on one side? And then on the other side, talking about coordination with the EU and the state members, does this exist so that our efforts are basically not overlapping? Thank you.
So thank you for your questions. The innovators coming into NATO Diana each receive 100,000 euros. We also provide non-dilutive funding for those innovators to get to the operational exercises. Those can be time and cost intensive for companies, so we provide additional funding for that. We provide additional funding for testing with the test centers. But this is why the private capital piece is so important. It's critical to bring in private capital to pair with public funding. This increases the runway for many of these companies. And then for Diana itself, from a budget respect, yes, we have a very lean budget. It's increasing. And I would argue that in order to achieve what we need to do, that budget will need to increase so that we can have the right resources and people to actually get out and engage directly with the nations. As far as cooperation with partners, right now our focus remains on NATO and establishing our formal partnership with Ukraine. But I do know that there has been some engagements with the EU. I don't know those off the top of my head, but I will look into them and can get back to you on that.
Tomas Valasek from Slovakia.
Here, Chair. Many thanks for the presentation. Super useful, especially the to-do list for the governments. I hope we can have it in a written form, one way or another. Whilst I heard you loud and clear calling on the governments to accept more risk, even so, there's one aspect that worries me. When the government signs a contract with the deliverer of a particularly important technology, it wants to be assured of some continuity. It wants to make sure that it will have access and the company can continue servicing, updating, delivering for possibly years to come. Now, the mindset of many of these smaller companies is very different. Many of them just want to scale up, attract new capitals, possibly be bought up. Many of the CEOs want to cash out at some point earlier. In this sense, they are structurally different from some of the bigger established traditional defense companies. So what are some of the best practices to guard yourself against that risk? You cannot contractually oblige a company to keep providing for X years if the company legally ceases to exist because it was bought up by somebody else. So what have governments come up with? And if the answer is nothing yet, perhaps you can start collecting those lessons learned at Diana for the future, just to encourage governments to be a bit more risk-taking, because this is one risk governments will be reluctant to take. You don't want to lose a supplier of crucial technology when you need him the most.
Thank you for your question. This is often a chicken and egg problem where companies are reluctant to sometimes scale up production without clarity of future defense contracts. I would say mitigating some of that risk, again, is the private capital layer. I think there's room for innovation here when it comes to putting together new components into contracts. How can we provide assurance to some of the smaller businesses that if they meet a certain small batch production threshold, that then additional opportunity would be unlocked? So I think there's always a concern that some of these small companies would die in the vine. As far as them, getting, exiting or getting bought up, at the end of the day, these are businesses and they have to make money. They're focused on ROI. And so as the contract holder, I think it's important to work on a case-by-case basis with those individuals as some of those mergers and acquisitions occur. But I think we will continue to see do that. In some cases, it might be an advantage because perhaps that company can then produce more at scale.
Now then, Johan from Belgium. Now earlier, I brutally cut you off and limited you to one question due to lack of time. Now we have time, so I want you to indulge yourself. I want you to ask 2 questions, and as we say in the British Army, fill your boots, sir.
Thank you, but actually I had one question. Well, on the one hand side, you have Diana supporting dual-use developments, innovations within NATO. And on the other side, you see that throughout NATO countries, more and more governments and parliaments are restricting dual-use support and export of products. How do you see the possibility for governments to strike the right balance between security concerns on the one hand side and the need for rapid defense innovation on the other side?
Thank you for the question. If I understand correctly, you're asking about nations restricting dual-use exports potentially. I think this can become a barrier, right? And so it's something that we need to look at as an alliance. Where can that bar be lowered, right? There's a balance between protecting critical technologies, keeping them sovereign, and then also unlocking the scale and growth together as an alliance. So I think we've seen some nations do this successfully. I think the US and UK have managed to work out some lowered export controls. But really, it can come also down to helping these innovators identify in the design of their capabilities to design accordingly so that they don't get caught up in some of those export controls.
Thank you. And finally, Martin Stakis from the European Union.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report and thank you for your presentation. Recently, I'm working on my own report in the European Parliament, and the report focused on the challenges of turning outstanding prototypes, breathtaking innovations into real procurements and operational defense capabilities. And the main takeaway is this: the companies are still struggling to secure contracts with the ministries of defense. And usually the first contract is the most important contract. Without that, you just can't, scale your business. And I also found many cases that successful European companies, small, medium enterprises, actually selling their products outside Europe, to Ukraine, to United States, not to Europe itself. And you mentioned the Agile program in your presentation. So my question is, do you believe the new Agile program can help bridge those gaps between the prototype development and actual defense procurement? And if so, what mechanism do you think will be most important to make that happen? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have full confidence that the rapid adoption service established by Diana will begin to bridge that gap. We've had many nations come and start to use it. There is a restriction that it does have to be a prototyping R&D scope of work, but what that allows is a non-competitive handoff back into host nations for production or to NSPA for scale. We have not done one of those handoffs yet with NSPA, but we are hopeful that that will occur. And once that happens, it will be a case study and a proof point, and we hope that it becomes a repetitive model. On the other hand, we still need the nations to look at their own acquisition systems and be willing to accept the prototypes coming out of the Rapid Adoption Service into their own procurement systems. But absolutely, it's working and it's going to continue to grow.
Well, if there's no more questions, that brings us to the end of the morning session. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank both Rick and Ryan for their presentation. And can I ask you all, please, to be back promptly at 14:30. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
I always turn red. Thank you so much.
Very good. Are you coming to lunch?
Yeah, she's coming to lunch.
Yeah. That's the lunch. Well, so.
123 English channel. 123 English channel. 123 English channel. One, two, three, English channel. 123 English channel. 123 English channel. 123 English channel. 123 English channel.
Could I invite you, please, to take your seats, and we'll start in 30 seconds. Colleagues, welcome back from your lunch breaks. I would like to start the meeting again, so as I say, please take your seats. Before we begin our hearing, I would like to give you a brief overview of the year's remaining activities. This September, the committee will have 3 missions. From the 28th to the 30th of September, the DSCTC will participate in a joint visit with the ESCTD to Romania. This visit will focus on Romania's contributions to Eastern Flank defence, Black Sea security, regional energy security challenges and more, and of course is particularly timely given last week's events in Romania. The DSCFC will then join the CDS, it's like being in the military, all these abbreviations, for a joint visit to Australia from the 12th to the 16th of October. The visit will focus on Australia's perspectives on security challenges in the Asia-Pacific, its contributions to allied security, as well as its growing defence industrial sector. And then from the 26th to the 29th of October, although there's a chance that may be moved back a week, the committee's 2 subcommittees will participate in a joint visit with the PCTR to Albania and Pristina. The visit will focus on Albania's contributions to allied security, enduring challenges to peace and security in the Western Balkans, and with a particular focus on progress with the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and the status of NATO's KFOR operations. We now move to our final 2 items for this session of our committee, which will be 2 reports from our members. First, in a change of order, because we're just waiting for Rick Larson to arrive. Mike Tunnis, sorry, not Rick, I apologise. We will start with hearing on recruitment, retention and the will to fight, forging NATO's future forces. Spiros Kourakis, the DSCFC Rapporteur, and Dr. Michael Ondorso, Professor of International Relations, Department of Public Administration and Sociology from the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. And I will now hand over to Spiros. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it is a profound honor to stand before you today to present the blueprint of our new DSCFC report, Recruitment and Retention and the Will to Fight, Forging NATO's Future Forces. We do not meet today in a time of tranquil peace, but in a defining moment of history. Right on NATO's doorstep, we face an aggressive, expansionist and risk-tolerant Russia, a regime that has made it chillingly clear that it is willing to use brute force to tear down the European security order. In response, our alliance has risen to the challenge. We have drawn up historic regional defense plans, we have boosted defense budgets, we have acquired cutting-edge equipment. These are monumental steps, but hardware is nothing without the human heart. Steel, silicon, drones and satellites can only deliver real deterrence if the alliance possesses the well-trained, highly motivated men and women needed to operate and sustain them. The ultimate weapon of the NATO alliance is not an instrument of war. It is the defender who yields it. Yet today, we face a quiet but critical vulnerability. Across much of our alliance, Armed forces are struggling to recruit the next generation and retain the talent we already have. While some of our allies, particularly in the Nordic and Baltic regions, are showing us the path forward with innovative solutions, persistent shortages threaten us all. When we lack critical skills in cyber, intelligence, logistics, and special operations, our operational readiness suffers. If left unchecked, this burden will fall disproportionately on a select few. We cannot allow our collective security to rest on the shoulders of the willing minority. The forces pulling personnel away from service are deeply structural. Recruitment is strained by fierce private sector competition, concerns over the quality of military life, the harsh reality of personal risk, and demographic declines. Retention suffers when our service members find better civilian opportunities, struggle for work-life balance, or feel a lack of societal recognition for the sacrifices. We must change this narrative. We need a sweeping, renewed conversation on how we value, support, and inspire our forces. When it comes to building these forces, our alliance reflects a rich diversity of traditions. Some nations, like the United States and the United Kingdom, rely on proud, all-volunteer forces. Others, including my own country, Greece, draw strength from the timeless tradition of conscription. Conscription can forge a powerful bond. It bridges the gap between civil society and the military, arms our youth with invaluable life skills, and knits together the very fabric of social cohesion. Yet, we must be honest about the trade-offs. It demands immense officer hours for training and heavy infrastructure investments that compete with other vital defensive priorities. This report does not offer one-size-fits-all dogmas. Instead, it examines these trade-offs honestly while touting bold alternatives. Expanding and modernizing our reverse forces is one of them. Tapping into the full potential of underrepresented groups, including women, is another. Rewriting our pitch to a younger generation seeking purpose, belonging, and a cause greater than themselves. Ultimately, this comes down to something deeper than quotas. It comes down to public soul. The heroic defense of Ukraine has proven beyond doubt that public support and social resilience are the true bedrock of mobilization and wartime survival. As parliamentarians, we are not mere spectators to this challenge. We are the stewards of this alliance. We hold the levers of oversight, the power of legislation, and the loudest microphones to champion the profound value of military service to our citizens. We have an exceptional speaker today who will help us dive into the heart of these issues. Dr. Onderko is a specialist on this subject. I look forward to your insights, your tough questions, and our shared commitment to forging the forces that will defend our freedom for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Spiros. I'll now invite Dr. Mikhail Onderko to take the floor. He is Professor of International Relations at the Erasmus University, Rotterdam. His work examines how states, institutions, and societies navigate the evolving landscape of global security governance. He also works on the global nuclear order, the domestic foundations of foreign and security policy, and the role of emerging technologies. Before joining Erasmus University, he also held positions at Stanford, Columbia, Waseda University, and the European University Institute. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some slides. Yes, perfect. First of all, I would like to thank the Chair and Director Corbyn for inviting me here today. It's a great pleasure to address you all. I'm going to talk a little bit about recruitment, retention, and the will to fight. And I'm going to talk about this on the basis of academic research. I have been working on the topic of will to fight and the public views on issues like conscription for the past few years, and as these days research does not happen by a genius individual in research teams, what I will present to you today is actually a result of work of a small team that I co-lead together with my colleague Wolfgang Wagner, and the team includes the members whom you see now on the slide. What I want to do today is to talk about three things. The first one is, where do we stand with the support for conscription, especially since there is now a renewed discussion about conscription in Europe. And I'm going to talk about this on the basis of new data that our team collected just a few months ago in 6 European countries. Well, we get to that in a little while. The second thing is I will want to talk about what the research says about the drivers of military recruitment and retention, and especially about which factors persuade people to choose a military career and which factors make people to stick to a military career. And the third one is a piece where I would like to say something about what you, as parliamentarians, can do to actually improve military recruitment and retention. And so that will hopefully fill up our 15 minutes, and then afterwards I'm happy to answer any question you might have. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, together with our team, we have recently completed a survey in 6 European countries. And please don't get hung up on these 6 countries, because they represent the types of countries that we see in Europe. We have a Southern European country, that's Spain. We have a Western European country, like the Netherlands. We have a major power, like Germany. We have a Northern European country, like Sweden. We have a country in the Baltics, that's Lithuania. We have a Central European country, that's Slovakia. And all in total, they sort of give us examples of how people in different types of countries in Europe think about. We couldn't survey all the NATO countries. No science foundation is so rich to fund that, but we did our best. I think the very first point that we should sort of start with is a question about how do people think about the idea of conscription. So in our work, we simply ask our respondents, and we work with representative samples in all of these countries, how do they feel about the idea of conscription for men? And this is a very basic idea of conscription which exists in most countries. And as you can see, in countries in the east and in the north of the alliance, there is quite a bit of support for this. As you go more towards the west and towards the south, the support for the idea of conscription for men declines. And this is not entirely shocking. This sort of fits with our idea about how people in different parts of the alliance think about the security challenges which are faced in their region. We also, however, asked how people feel about the idea of conscription for both men and women. In other words, how do people feel about if not only men were conscripted, but also women were conscripted? And one of the things that you find really interesting is that in some of these countries where people were initially skeptical about conscription, actually the support for conscription somewhat increases, and that might have to do with the fact that conscription for both men and women would be seen as a generally equalizing element. So it would be seen as an element of introducing new equality. That might be a good suggestion for many countries to sort of find a way to involve women, which might not only increase the total pool, but it also might make it more societally acceptable. We then sliced the same data by looking at different age categories. And we were interested whether there is a difference between younger and older respondents. In other words, whether, for instance, younger respondents were more willing to accept conscription, as we have seen from other work and other survey data, that younger people, especially faced with situations like the war in Ukraine, are actually more interested in defending, what they find important, which is very often freedom and security. And we actually do see that in most of the countries there isn't a huge age effect. So the age variation isn't really big. One of the countries where we see that difference being quite important is Slovakia. And that might have to do with some of the institutional developments in that country, but overall we see very little age variation. Again, we sliced the same question about conscription for men and women by age, and we see that again there isn't a lot of variation with across the age groups, with the exception again of Slovakia. Now, one of the things that we often hear, and that has some intuitive appeal, is that actually the real difference is somewhat ideological, so that there is a variation in how people on the left or on the right see questions like defense. And so we also asked in our surveys people to place themselves on the ideological scale, and then we sort of placed it, we sliced our data on the views on conscription by ideology. And what we find is that entirely predictably, people who are more on the left tend to be more opposed to conscription, and as you move to the right, the support for conscription increases. However, once we talk about conscription for both men and women, in other words, there is this element of equality, you actually see that the support on the right remains, but the opposition on the left decreases. So we suddenly see that among the more left-wing respondents, there is actually a greater willingness to accept the idea that conscription should be something for both men and women. Of course, on the far left, there is still more who are opposed than those who accept it, but overall we see this opposition somehow to decline. Now, how do we actually translate this support for conscription, or even a concept like the will to fight? Because very often there is, we can also ask people, so if your country was attacked, would you be willing to fight for it? How do we actually translate it into military recruitment? And here I would like to tap into existing research that has been done by others and summarize for you a little bit the existing work on what drives military recruitment. And to summarize it very crudely, there are basically two types of drivers. One is a practical driver, and the second one is more symbolic. When you speak about practical drivers, we speak about issues like pay, benefits, education, or job security. In other words, something that puts people who choose a military career at an advantage. And this is something that also the report that is in front of you mentions, which is about the competition with the private sector for jobs or for recruits, right? So when people are sort of choosing between career in private sector versus a career in military, and they do this trade-off about where am I going to earn more. The second type of driver is symbolic. Those are very intrinsic values. People very often seek internal fulfillment, they seek fit, so they want to see, they want to find an organization where they feel that they fit in. They look for social support, and not only social support within the organization, but also they want a choice of their career to be broadly societally acceptable. In other words, they want to feel that when they tell their parents that they choose a military career, their parents are not going to laugh them out. They seek an organization that fits with their identity, with the goals that they have, with what they are seeking for. And existing research essentially says that when it comes to military recruitment, so who signs up to be a part of armed forces, symbolic factors are much more important than the practical ones. In other words, when people walk to a recruitment station or when they sign up for armed forces, the pay, especially in research that comes from Europe, we see that issues like pay and social benefits are much less important than the idea of social fit. In other words, people want to be a part of something bigger, and that's why they choose a career in military, rather than being purely motivated by income or fringe benefits. There is some research that argues that this might be due to the welfare states in Europe, so people don't feel compelled that they need to go to military to attend university. I think that is too much of a speculation. The reason, but what we do clearly see in Europe is that this symbolic factor is way more important. People like to join. There has been some very interesting research done with some of the younger recruits that essentially says that they want to join armed forces if they think that the armed forces are for people like them. And this we see sometimes very well in military recruitment. So I'm, for instance, a huge fan of the military recruitment posters of the Dutch armed forces, which very often show a great cross-section of the Dutch society. There are nerds, there are women, there are people of color, there are all sorts of personalities that you see there. And that sort of demonstrates that armed forces are for people like them, so that there is a job for everyone in armed forces. When it comes to military retention, so making sure that people who chose the military career actually stick around, the practical factors become way more important. One of the things that is very clearly shown in the research is that people who choose their military careers want to have a career where they can combine military life and family life, that there is a possibility to combine these jobs. If people become members of reserves, the question becomes, can they combine their professional life and their military life? Are these things mutually intelligible? However, the symbolic factors remain relevant. So do people feel appreciated in armed forces? Do they feel they can achieve their goals? Those are still very important factors, which frankly explain retention of staff in any organization. So if you are a chief HR officer of a large company and you are concerned about people leaving your company, one of the big questions is, do people actually feel that they are appreciated within the company? Now, the question you may ask is, how can we actually affect a lot of that as parliamentarians? Now, there are some of these problems that can be resolved with money. Whenever I talk to my students, I tell them that problems that can be resolved with money are the easy problems. So there are easy problems that can be resolved with money. There can be adequate care provided for soldiers. Past research, for instance, says that soldiers really care about whether they have the equipment, whether they have the right tools for their work. That this is very important for keeping soldiers within the organization. However, there are also intangible elements, like organizational policies. Are there HR policies which make work-life balance workable for professional soldiers? In other words, can these professional soldiers be soldiers and at the same time be good mothers, fathers, partners, sons and daughters? In other words, are these things, can they combine them? The second thing is, can we find suitable arrangements for reservists? And again, there are great variations across different European countries. In some countries there are different types of reserves and the requirements vary. But people essentially, if they find organizational policies which make them possible to combine their real world career with the job of a reservist, they are much more likely to remain a reservist. And others require organizational change. So some are easy, like how organization presents itself. What kind of idea do you get when you watch, for instance, the military recruitment posters? I had recently a master's student who wrote a graduate thesis with me and compared military recruitment posters in different European countries. And one of the findings that we found is that there is a great variation between whether you see someone, whether you see an armed force recruiting someone as someone who can contribute with whatever their talents, or whether they are looking for a muscular young man. And of course, the two are likely to attract different type of audiences. And of course, at the end of the day, how organizations function is a very important element. I have one final piece of advice before I get kicked out, and that's there is a lot of variation in in drivers at the national level. Each country is different. I think very often these decisions and decisions that are underlying military recruitment are based on anecdata rather than data. And so I would say, as a parliamentarians, with your work sort of having a look at what governments do, it's very important that the decisions are based on actual real-world data. And so that's the first recommendation: base your decisions on data. And the second one is evaluate all the policies aggressively based on data. Do they work? Do they not work? Can the effect of individual policies be supported with hard numbers rather than with the impressions? I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to hearing your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for two excellent presentations. Before I open up to questions from the floor, I'm going to invite Spiros perhaps to respond or ask a couple of questions of his own of our expert. Spiros.
Thank you. I totally agree with you that symbolic factors are much more important than practical factors, both for recruitment and retention. 70 years ago, my father joined the Navy seeking for a better life, but he stayed there for more than 30 years because of the honor and the society recognition that comes to somebody who is wearing the uniform. Nowadays, societies, they tend to seek other things, money and fame amongst them, and these two things can be rarely found through a military life. My question is, what can we as parliamentarians do in order to create a national culture that will actually help both conscription and retention in the army? And my second question is more practical. Where do you think that more personnel shortages pose the greatest risk to our military readiness? Do you think we need more technicians, more cyber specialists, or traditional fields like pilots or medics or other kind of military services? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for these questions. So the first question about the fame and money, I do think that there is a, at least when I speak to my students, I often have a feeling that, and maybe they come from a very particular walk of life, but I do think that there is many of them who actually feel that there is a higher purpose in life. And we see that also totally anecdotally and from a different area. We see something very similar with, for instance, increasing enrollment in and people looking for connection through community, and we see, for instance, increasing enrollment in civil society organizations. And so people are seeking this higher purpose, and armed forces can provide them that. And I think one of the things that parliamentarians, but also politicians in general, can offer is one way to indicate that armed forces are a worthy cause to do that. In many European countries, in the Netherlands, again, where I work and live, we have seen, for instance, members of the royal family doing reservist training, and that being very publicly broadcast on TV and sort of increasing the popularity of these choices. In other countries, there have been presidents who did military training, and if that is combined with a consistent campaign to sort of increase awareness, that can have an effect where young people start to realize that this might be actually a smart policy choice or a smart career choice. When it comes to the practical solutions, I think in every country there is a different need, and in different countries there are different needs for what kind of specializations are needed. And I think this also comes down to the recruitment point. So once armed force, for instance, realizes they need cyber specialists, then there needs to be a very tailored recruitment at people who are cyber specialists. I call them in my remarks nerds. And these people need to be addressed in a different way than people who are going to be breaking down doors and blowing up things. Because they have different values in life, but they also expect different things. Also, what these people need and what they require from their job is very often they are attracted by ability to work on really hard issues and really hard challenges. Work with data and equipment that they have no chance to work with in the public sector and in the private sector, and that is also an opportunity for recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we open up for questions, I'd just like to pick up on something you said. I have to declare my interest as General Lancaster. I'm in charge of all the reserve forces in the United Kingdom, and historically we have separated out our regular force from our reserve force, whilst the reality is, of course, those boundaries themselves cause challenges, and we are moving to a system where we have no differentiation between regular and reserve. Some regulars will be working less than some reserve forces. And also the concept of a zigzag career where you can join the military, leave the military, go back in again without disadvantage, and not necessarily only have bottom entry, but allow lateral entry. Is there evidence that across NATO people are becoming much more flexible in the way that you can join the military, and at what rank and on what terms and conditions of service?
We have seen overall in the labor market, people have over the past 20 years been looking for more flexibility. People are, I think many of you know this, people sort of choose jobs. I remember a number from research that people change jobs about every 5 to 10 years. And that also means that if people choose jobs every 5 to 10 years, there is an opportunity to hire people for armed forces every 5 to 10 years. But they are not unlikely to go and start at a very junior level. So that creates an opportunity for armed forces to actually hire people at a higher level if there is more opportunity for more flexibility.
Thank you. We'll go to the floor. Fernando from Spain.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentations.
Muchas gracias.
I feel that in the report there is some kind of orientation to make the conscription something advisable and something to look for. I have been in the army for 44 years. I've spent half of those 44 years with conscript and half of the others with professional soldiers, or you call them volunteers. We call them professional soldiers in my country. And I don't think we are returning to conscription. This is out of the debate in Spain. We have looked for the concept of the organizational efficiency rather than the recruitment. And when asking people about the defense of their nation versus defending their family, their society, and their way of life, you get, being the same thing, you get higher rates when you put the accent in the family, society, and way of life. Are we orienting NATO countries to consider conscription as a best way to recruit? Thank you.
Thank you. There are different forms of conscription and different formats. Some of them basically enroll everyone, some of them have a lottery, some of them enroll everyone and then choose some on the basis of medical fit or whatever else. Based on existing research, there is an argument to be made that at least some form where individuals get in touch with the state and the military, there might be formally sort of receive a letter, for instance, that they are of military age, and receive very basic training that doesn't have to be very long, has a positive value down the line. Of course, that requires a certain societal conversation, but if there is the research on the benefits of a long-term military training for conscripts is not exactly clear. But there is quite a bit of research that shows that some form of national service, whether military or civilian, is actually pretty good for developing a national morale and also for improving willingness to, for instance, enroll in armed forces later. So even if there is not going to be any national conscription, some form of national service actually does tend to help.
OK. Et maintenant, Daniel de Belgique. Je pense que...
So I believe that you'll be speaking in French. Is that correct, Daniel?
French. And ma question est...
So here is my question. It's not something that you brought up. What is the impact of the threat on recruitment and on the attractivity of joining the armed forces? I believe it depends on what type of discourse you have on the threat in each country. In some countries, this narrative is going to be very truthful. Other times it's going to be a bit softened. Does this have an impact? And if so, in what manner? Does a strong threat increase the attractiveness of the armed forces, or rather does it decrease it?
Thank you very much. I will answer in English because it's been some time since I was a student at Sciences Po. So what we see in the data very clearly is that people who we asked in our research respondents whether they feel that their country is being threatened by Russia. And one of the things that we see is that those who feel that their country is being threatened by Russia have a greater support for all things military. So not only conscription, but also willingness to fight, support for defense expenditures, and so on and so forth. We see also somewhat higher baseline in countries of Eastern Europe, especially than Lithuania, and Northern Europe being Sweden. So I think there is this feeling that your country is being threatened does link to greater support for conscription, but also for the defense expenditure, for example.
Rebecca Patterson from Canada.
Oh. Thank you very much.
Daniel, could you turn your mic off, please? Merci.
I think this is, thank you very much for doing this report, and the data that you're putting on the table is very important. Of course, Canada is going through a massive recruiting drive right now, and we've been looking at what drives people voluntarily to join the Canadian Armed Forces or other paramilitary-like organizations. And we also know, as the nation of Canada, who is an immigrant nation, that actually heritage is also an intersection of identity, which will not only help target recruiting, for example, or or possibly not be where we need to go. I am curious as to whether these sorts of considerations have come into your research right now, because if we're talking about a conscript army, it doesn't matter. It's a voluntary force. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. This is something where we want to dive into with our team over the summer. We do have data, so I'll be very glad to talk to you about this. What we see so far is that in countries where, and again, I promise we study other countries than the Netherlands, but I'm going to pick on the Netherlands. The Dutch armed forces, for instance, have roughly similar share of minorities as the Dutch population at large. It's not one-on-one, but it's roughly similar. And our working hypothesis is that it might be also partially because of the branding and the marketing, where you see also in the recruitment videos, for example, youth with migrant background. And that helps with recruiting people because, again, people want to be a part of an organization that looks like them. So that is one. The second thing is, of course, more broadly, we see that there is a more complex interplay between how people feel integrated in a country and also how the policies of that countries look like and how that translates into, for instance, the interest in enrolling the armed forces. So existing research in the willingness to fight, for instance, indicates that in some European countries, minorities are very much a part of armed forces and they like to be a part of the armed forces because they feel that this is something that they contribute to a country that they actually identify with. And there is a fantastic research done on that in Finland, for instance. And so I think, especially when it comes to people with different heritage, it does become a little more complicated about, on one hand, how armed forces present themselves, but also how the country accepts people with this heritage.
Rick McCormack from USA.
So as a 20-year veteran of two services who's been heavily involved in recruiting in America with no conscription, one of the things we noticed recently, a huge shift in recruitment efforts in the United States. One service that never faltered was the Marine Corps. The worst conditions to live in, the worst bonuses, and yet they never faltered in their recruitment. Some of it, when it comes to Army and Air Force and Navy, had to do with the economy. Of course, when the economy is worse, you need more people in the military because they're looking for a job for the young people. The other one, of course, is leadership. Just having a different president instantly changed our recruiting goals based on the perception of what the military represents, what the mission is. Indeed, if you have a military that's focused on mission accomplishment rather than diversity or whatever it is, we do better. Because most people are attracted to the military when we don't falter, when we attract a warrior ethos. You know what the mission of war is to eliminate your enemy through close contact, through violence. Those are the people you want to attract. If you're attracting somebody for something other than that, you're not going to accomplish your mission, in my opinion. So you want to attract those people who are naturally there, either familiar with their family or with a certain mentality. Those are the easy people, the low-hanging fruit. If you don't recruit towards that, those people will be kind of there, but they'll never stick. That's just been our natural conclusion for recruiting. But I think when we talk about micro-targeting, you mentioned there are people who are geeks or whatever you want to say, that you can micro-target them, but that's not going to be your at-large community that you're recruiting. In my opinion, we have done very poorly in America when we don't recruit towards the warrior, when we don't recruit towards what everybody knows the mission of not just the Marine Corps, but every military is. When we talk about patriotism, when we talk about the warrior ethos, we do very well. And when we stray away from that, we do very poorly. And that's been traditionally. I just throw out for the body. You can see this. America is not different than any other country when it comes to what we personally believe is freedom and patriotism and fighting for what you believe. That's a certain kind of character. Not everybody's like that in society. And when we stray away from that recruiting goal, we fail. That's been our experience.
Would you like to respond? It was a robust statement rather than a question, but that doesn't matter.
Whatever, as I mentioned at the beginning, we looked mostly at the data that comes from Europe, and that doesn't, so I haven't really dived deeply into data that comes from the United States. One of the things that I might agree that sort of this idea of defending freedom might be an important one, but I think in recruitment it still matters whether, for instance, armed forces show that it is something for everyone, right? So no matter if you are looking for the best warriors, these best warriors can come with every skin color, that it doesn't matter. And this is very often an issue in many European countries, where armed forces are being seen as not being for everyone. And that is why, for instance, the recruitment drives that show that, it's also okay for girls to join armed forces. That helps to sort of recruit people who might fulfill all the physical requirements, but they would otherwise not consider this because they don't feel that this is part of the job.
Thank you. Thomas from Slovakia.
Right. Thank you, Chairman, and many thanks to the Professor for the excellent presentation. I don't just say so because you're a fellow Slovak, though that's a big plus. A comment and a question. I'm glad you stressed equipment among the practical benefits. In my many visits to the military bases in Slovakia, I always ask, what keeps more people from applying for armed services? And one of the key answers is, look, the weaponry. If the weapons issued to me are 40 years older than I am, I'm not going to be terribly proud of doing my daily job. So I stress so because what follows from that is you can spend a lot of money on improving pay, benefits, whatnot, but if you don't address what really plagues the youngsters in the armed forces, the fact that they are a third of the age of much of the equipment that they work with, you're going to be wasting a lot of money without greatly increasing recruitment. The question is actually a plea for helping explain one of the some oddities in the data for Slovakia, if I may be so country-specific. Your polls show rather low support for conscription. We know this wasn't in your polls, but we know for a fact that the country also struggles to find enough volunteers for the regular forces. We're several thousand short of the intended goals. But strangely enough, there's been huge support for the new reserve models. In fact, the interest in reserves is such that it's oversubscribes a number of times over whatever the training capacities are. And we're going from having almost no reserves to having a reserve force that's bigger than a regular armed force or armed forces in a span of about 2 years. Now, what would explain the difference between two kinds of voluntary models? One is the voluntary regular army, the other is the voluntary reserve army. Why would you see what might be your hypothesis as to why such difference between those two uptakes?
Thank you very much. This might be a very, so without diving very specifically into the Slovak data, one of the potential drivers is that very often people later in their career, and this comes actually to the point which the chair raised, people find out in later moments of their lives that there might be something that they feel that they owe their country or that they can help their country. And they no longer feel that they would like to spend all their life in armed forces, but they are okay with being a reservist because they think this is a meaningful way to help their country. And this might explain why the people who are maybe not anymore in their 20s and they feel that one of the things that we have found very often when people say that they are not interested in becoming part of armed forces, or even in earlier research when we ask people, would you be willing to defend your country in case of war? One of the key reasons why people say no is, and that comes back to the point which the gentleman from the US mentioned, people feel that they are not physically ready for it, that they don't have the physical power and force to be able to do it. And so that might also persuade the 30 and 40-year-olds that they don't want to become a regular soldier because they don't feel physically sufficient. But they might feel that this is just the right level for them to become a reservist.
Okay, we're running out of time. I've got 4 questions left, so I am going to take them in 2 pairs, if I may. I'll be grateful of short questions and short responses. So the first pair will be Nicholas from Greece and then Romana from Romania. Nicholas, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to insist on the element of the will to fight, which I consider a key component. So my question is, I would claim that the will to enlist or join the army is different, is not identical with the will to fight. Do you agree on that? The second is, I didn't see any numbers, either concerning countries or age groups, with respect to the will to fight. And the third, in your methodology, do you differentiate from the will to fight among in a national army as opposed to the will to fight in the country's general public? Thank you.
And Romana, please.
Thank you, Chair. When we speak about motivating our forces and about, of course, increasing the attraction in order to be recruited, we should also think of the way we treat our veterans. And when I say veterans, I'm not only talking about those that served on the operations theaters, but also those that served in their own country and took their career to the end. Now, unfortunately, in Europe, we don't have like standards in this respect. And there are cases, and unfortunately Romania is one of them, in which we don't treat our veterans the right way. In this way, of course, we don't encourage the young people to come, because anybody who wants to do a career plan and wants to see, okay, how would I be treated when I would finish my military career, would be discouraged to go for such a career in Romania. On the other hand, the politicians, counting on the fact that militaries normally and the veterans are quiet, are disciplined and loyal to the country, and then they don't go in the street to protest for their rights. Of course, that, you know, they take advantage of this. So I think that we should also refer to this aspect, you know, the way we treat our veterans, and us as parliamentarians, of course, that we should stick together and influence these kind of policies, because it's not right to not index the pensions of the veterans with the inflation. It's not right to not align their pensions, you know, to the current parameters and current indicators. For instance, this is what happens, unfortunately, in Romania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the question of the gentleman from Greece, you're right, I haven't presented the numbers on the will to fight. I will request Dr. Corbyn to circulate the numbers when we publish them, which we hope to do in the summer. And you're also right, we haven't really checked the difference between national army and general public, and one of the reasons for that is that in most European countries, national armed forces are actually very reluctant to let researchers talk to the soldiers for all sorts of reasons. But it would be a very interesting comparison, I agree. When it comes to veterans and the care for veterans, I would say this comes back to the point about the symbolic and the material factors. I think how politicians talk about veterans, and when they show up to events with veterans and they show them symbolic respect, that can help with the symbolic factors that can drive people to join armed forces. The more material factors, like the pensions, are probably important for people who decide whether they want to stay in armed forces for a longer time or whether they will sort of leave after a minimum end of their contract. And I think again, that needs to be distinguished at what stage people actually take these factors into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we are out of time, so please be brief. I actually have 3 more questions. So the next pair, if I may, is Mustafa from Turkey and Sharon from Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a contribution, if you... Parliaments carry an important responsibility. Government-people dialogue on security issues is important. Political leaders and parliamentarians should explain more clearly to our societies that defense investments are not only military expenditures, but also investments in national security, stability, and the protection of our way of life. In Turkey, public support for defense investments remains relatively strong, as defense is not an abstract concept but an integral part of life. Justification for sustained defense spending and investment, including recruitment, has historically rested on a widely shared sense of strategic realism that security, sovereignty, and political autonomy require credible military capacity. I think allied cooperation and the exchange of best practices will remain essential in addressing these common challenges across the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sharon from Israel.
Thank you very much. In Israel, we have compulsory service since we established the State of Israel, and there is a huge difference between compulsory service, professional service, and reserve service. And I want to ask about your research, because by myself, I think it's a part of a values of a society. And I want to ask if you check the connection between education and a compulsory service, because I think that in order to get people who willing to serve, even they're risking their life. You must educate them to be motivated to serve, and it must be a part of the all values of the whole society.
Yes, we'll take the third one, which is, we'll wrap up completely, which is a short question from Anna in Ukraine.
Thank you. I just want to share a little bit of experience in Ukraine, and I want to tell that the best motivation is in recruiting, and the strongest, it's money. Because, of course, a goal can be very romantic, but believe me, when you in a real war, and your all romantic views very fast turning you back on the ground. And you just have to understand that the soldier must know if something happened with him, his family will be totally supported by government, and their children will be safe and supported by government till the end. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, on the last question, I've had 2 Ukrainian refugees living with me for the last 4 years, and tragically, my Ukrainian sister, as I refer to her now, her brother was killed in Ukraine last week, so we are going through a very emotional period.
I would like to thank those who share their experiences, and when it comes to the question that was asked about the education, I think this comes back to these symbolic factors. Like if overall being part of armed forces is seen as something that is worthwhile, whether that comes through education or through other factors, then of course the military recruitment is going to increase. So I agree with that. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well done, team. We got through with just 3 minutes over, which is great. Thank you to both of our presenters. It was an excellent session, one of particular interest, I think, for many, given how we need a whole-of-society approach to ensuring that we can continue to recruit and retain members of our armed forces. So thank you very much indeed. And we will now move swiftly on. I have seen Mike, yes. We will now move swiftly on to our final session of the day, which is hearing on seabed and space, countering complex challenges to NATO's deterrence and defense, which will be presented by Mike Turner from the United States, the DSC Special Rapporteur, and James Black, the Deputy Director of RAND Europe. And when you are ready, Mike, sir, the floor is yours, but no rush.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it. This is called just-in-time delivery. I just landed. Thank you for being kind enough to shift the schedule. I'm very glad to be here with you in Vilnius. It's hard to believe that it's 1 year ago that we were all in Dayton, and I want to thank you all for your support for being in Dayton, where we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Accords. I want to thank the Lithuanians for hosting us here, for their warm hospitality, which I look forward to enjoying today. As we turn our focus to the report that is titled Seabed and Space Countering Complex Challenges to NATO's Deterrence and Defense, the core elements of today's discussion, along with the experts' principal insights and recommendations, will result in input from you that will become part of the final draft report over the coming months that we will submit to you before our annual session in Berlin at the end of November. Allied security is increasingly dependent upon our space systems and undersea infrastructure. They are our core components of our defense posture and our economic resilience, and are under growing pressure from our adversaries. The satellites above us and the cables and pipelines on the seabed are not abstract technical systems. They are the connective tissue of our economies and of our national security. They move energy, carry data and financial flows and enable the intelligence, coordination, and precision that modern societies require. We rely on them every hour of every day. This heavily reliance creates critical vulnerabilities, and our adversaries are actively studying these vulnerabilities. Russia and China understand this. They are openly signaling their intentions. Both are investing in capabilities designed to hold these systems at risk and are actively undermining these systems. Russia is developing anti-satellite systems and weapons. They are using advanced jamming and spoofing systems and cyber tools designed to degrade space-enabling services. China is expanding its maritime footprint and building the capacity to monitor and potentially disable undersea infrastructure far beyond its own region. These are not hypothetical risks. They are deliberate efforts to undermine and weaken systems that underpin our security. Attacking these assets disrupts operations, blinds our forces, severs communications, and strikes our economic foundations that sustain Allied power. We have already seen glimpses of this. Recent years, damage and disruptions to critical undersea infrastructure across the Baltic area have exposed persistent gaps in our ability to monitor, attribute, and respond effectively to subsea incidences. The war in Ukraine has demonstrated how decisive satellite-enabling communications, intelligence, and targeting support have become, and how quickly forces are disadvantaged when these services are disrupted. NATO has begun to adapt. Baltic Sentry and Task Force X are strengthening Allied presence in the Baltic Sea, including through uncrewed systems. The NATO Maritime Center for the Security of Critical Undersea Infrastructure is improving coordination. In space, the NATO Space Operations Center is deepening cooperation, and allies are investing in next-generation satellite communications and space situational awareness. Gaps remain. We need better monitoring and attribution. We need faster repair and replacement operations, and we need to ensure our forces can openly operate effectively in degraded communications and positioning environments, because our adversaries are preparing to create exactly those conditions. Private industry must join fully this effort. Much of this infrastructure is privately owned and operated. Our frameworks for incident reporting, contingency planning, and crisis exercises must reflect that reality. These systems are part of our defense architecture. The companies that build and run them must be part of our planning. This report seeks to examine these issues in detail, and I hope today's discussions will help sharpen its findings and recommendations. We are fortunate to have an excellent expert with us today to take us deeper into this topic. I look forward to the exchange and hearing your perspectives as we go forward in drafting this report. I know in the next several months, several of you will have also additional incidences and experiences that we hope you contribute, that we can put in this report, of issues that you are facing and ideas that you see as vulnerabilities, that we can incorporate this in the areas where we need to be able to respond. Thank you.
Mike, thank you, and thank you for putting it here to the airport. So I'll allow you your round of applause.
Thanks. Thank you.
And that leads us neatly into me inviting our next expert, Mr. James Black, to share his expertise. Mr. Black is Deputy Director of the Defence and Security Research Group at RAND Europe, where he also leads the RAND Europe Space Hub. Mr. Black's work covers European and transatlantic defence and deterrence, emerging technologies, and strategic competition. He has delivered studies and insights from a wide range of allied militaries as well as EU, NATO and UN agencies. Mr. Black, thank you for joining us. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honour to be here addressing you and to be doing so in this chamber. I mean, you've already heard the intro there, and I think a few of you have seen me in some of the other sessions, so I won't belabor the point. But to just do that sort of obligatory disclaimer up front. So that RAND is a non-profit research organisation, biggest in the world, and the work I do is a mix of classified and unclassified research for European MODs, occasionally our US counterparts as well, Australia, Japan, space agencies, militaries and the like, as well as EU and NATO institutions. Obviously, all my remarks here are my own and are obviously drawing only on the unclassified portion of the work. But why are we here today talking about seabed and space? So these are two environments. One is a domain, if we're going to get into the doctrinal definitions. Two environments which share a number of differences. You know, space is pretty transparent. You can look up and you can have a relatively good sense of what's happening up there, although I'll get on to why that's not as straightforward as it sounds in a little bit. The seabed, of course, is much murkier, harder to access. And of course, different countries have different levels of involvement in each of these domains and environments. But they share a lot of commonality, both in terms of our increasing dependency, both militarily and more broadly from our economies and societies on them, as that digital connective tissue that we just heard about from the rapporteur. But we also face a growing range of threats. And those threats crucially seek to exploit the seams within these technical systems and the dependencies that we have between different nodes and linkages. They crucially also seek to exploit the seams and the vulnerabilities in the institutional side of things. So it's not just about technical systems. This is about people, this is about coordination, this is about institutions. And in many ways, I would argue that stuff is a lot harder. There are some very, very smart engineers being paid pretty decent money to work out some of the technical problems in these domains. There's usually one or two beleaguered civil servants in a dark room with no windows and not much coffee who are trying to solve some of the other problems. So let's lend them a hand with this session. So in that context, let's look at why these are so important and why they've become such hot topics in the last few years. The first thing is to say that obviously this is not new. It's new to NATO in the sense that we have not long designated cyber or space as domains, but we have now caught up with that reality. But these are domains in which we have been active for decades. To varying degrees, clearly the US, particularly from a military and intelligence gathering perspective, has been involved with a scale and a seriousness that none of the Europeans have over time. But it's an area that is seeing, both domains are seeing huge investment on both sides of the Atlantic, both public and private sector money, but particularly private sector, and I will come back to that. And they are now fundamental to our way of lives, our economies, our trade, our financial systems, our government services, and of course our militaries and the way we fight. And if you look at NATO's plans, you look at its concepts, all the way from the strategic concept down to warfighting concepts, space is running through them like a stick of rock, as are the digital connectivity that comes from our subsea cables. And of course, all of this is made possible by the energy security that comes from that environment as well. So our adversaries are obviously well aware of this. They have their own dependencies, of course. It is not completely asymmetric, but they recognize that this is an area in which NATO is especially acutely dependent. They watched the interventions in the first Gulf War onwards, and they saw this space-enabled digital way of fighting that NATO perfected, emphasizing airspace, cyber, and to a lesser degree the other domains, and the integration through things like GPS, through satellite communications, through space-based ISR, and of course the connectivity that comes undersea as well. They recognize that as both our strength but also our vulnerability. And I sort of to their credit, the Russians and the Chinese do actually write down what they're going to do quite a lot of the time. And so those of you who speak Russian or Mandarin, you can go and look at the source material, as many of my colleagues have done, but they talk very openly about this sort of idea of sort of systems warfare, systems attack. So they recognize that their way of getting a military advantage over us, a strategic advantage over us, in the sub-threshold, it's about exploiting those pressure points where it's hard for us to respond because of ambiguity, complexity, deniability, and the like. Both of these domains fit that bill. And in a warfighting Article 5 scenario, they seek to much more aggressively disrupt, degrade, and deny access to the services that come from those domains and environments, and therefore to pick apart, paralyze our decision-making, and go after the key nodes and linkages in our overall system, rather than trying to destroy all our forces in situ. So how are we going to kind of talk about these two quite different geographically, but in many ways similar domains. Well, I'll give you a quick rundown of the evolving threat, and then I'll get as quickly as I can into the so what for all of you. But I think just to very briefly linger on the threat, I think you've heard a really good summary there up front from your rapporteur. It's not just that the threat vectors are evolving, but also the attack surface. So undersea, we're seeing lots of investment in obviously oil and gas pipelines, but also electricity interconnectors, and of course telecommunications cables. The latter are responsible for 97% of telecommunications around the world go through these undersea cables. Even though space is still obviously becoming increasingly important, it's 97% is going under the sea. Similarly, obviously these are very closely related to our energy security. It's not just the existing oil and gas offshore, but it's also things like wind. In the future, it's things like solar from North Africa flowing into Europe via electricity cables. And it's also about, in future, things like carbon capture, hydrogen as well. And all of you, I'm sure, from governments that have seen the effects of energy insecurity on society, and also, are investing in things like AI, compute, digitalization of your economies. All of those are dependent on this sort of infrastructure. It's absolutely vital. Similarly, in space, we obviously have a proliferation of different use cases, but the big ones that everyone will be familiar with are things like positioning, navigation, and timing, Earth observation, or ISR in military terminology. And of course, satellite communications. Again, it's not just that our militaries and our governments are based on that backbone. It's all of our societies and economies are. Financial transactions do not work if you do not have a satellite telling you what the time is at both ends of that transaction. So any disruption can have cascading effects all through our societies and our systems. And there's lots of threats that are now emerging to deal with them. I should say up front that there are accidental and or natural hazards as well, so it's not always deliberate action. Indeed, if we're talking about subsea threats, actually 40% of incidents involving cables has become because some fisherman has done something stupid with their boat. And sometimes it's an undersea mudslide or something. But we are seeing growing numbers of deliberate acts. And certainly in space, as again your rapporteur has said, this is not a hypothetical, this is something that is happening all the time already from Russia and China on orbit. And you can see lots of incidents where the US, the UK and others have been quite forward-leaning and publicly attributing what they see as hostile activity on orbit. So we can see a number of commonalities there. Now, what's the impact of disruption if this scales up? So currently, it's already a significant problem and a nuisance. It is causing us all sorts of issues in that sub-threshold, increasing hybrid campaign that we find ourselves engaged in with Russia, and particularly in orbit with China, where their own capabilities are really moving forward at pace. We've heard about the heavy investments that those two countries are making in their capabilities. So in the subsea environment, for example, Russia has specialist intelligence gathering ships. It has special teams doing undersea activities. It has obviously its foreign military intelligence working on it, and then it has its shadow fleet. China, similarly, with a primary focus on the Indo-Pacific, but the ability to project its capabilities further afield if it wants to, is also developing those sorts of deep sea capabilities to interfere with, tap into, or cut some of this infrastructure at sea. And in space, the sort of numbers that China is investing in its military and its civil and commercial space capability is pretty mind-boggling. As are, of course, the counter-space activities, capabilities that are being deployed. Now, the most obvious of that is the direct-to-send anti-satellite missiles. It goes up, it goes bang, a lot of debris is generated. But there is also the sort of more nefarious, scalable effects of things like spoofing, jamming, some of the close proximity operations on orbit that we've seen, satellites moving close to, threatening, and forcing potentially to maneuver away satellites by moving very close to them. Bearing in mind that everything in space is moving at spectacular speeds, and so any sort of collision can be incredibly dangerous, not just for the assets involved, but in fact for entire orbital regimes if lots of debris is generated. Now, what happens if that is disrupted at a much greater scale, for example, at the beginning of some sort of crisis or conflict? Well, huge economic costs is the first thing to say. I mean, we've done work at RAND trying to estimate the cost of cutting cables. Cutting a data cable, it's about 25 million euros in economic costs a day, but it takes about 3 weeks on average to repair them, and that's if you're only having to repair a small number, so that's $500 million straight away. And that's, again, only if you're trying to repair one cable, not 25 at the same time, because you're in a war. Similarly, oil and gas pipelines can take 6, 9, 12 months to repair, and obviously can have huge environmental and economic effects. And then electricity cables as well. 12 million euros or so a day, but it takes generally 60 days to repair them. So that's already, again, 700 million or so. My wife is a maths teacher, so we'll check when I get home. That's already 700 million in economic costs again. Now, all of those things can be scaled up. Obviously, in a warfighting scenario, it could be much more significant. And as I've mentioned already, it can have lots of direct effects on military and government services as well. So there are some common challenges here in terms of the remoteness of the geography, the punishing nature of the environment. It's very hard to do things in these environments. But also the dual-use nature of the technology and the capability, and the heavy role of the private sector, not just in designing and deploying and operating the infrastructure, but also crucially in dealing with the fallout of any negative events. So repairing things, relaunching things, getting services back up and running as quickly and as with minimal damage as possible. So the public sector here is not leading the way, but it needs to obviously shape the environment, but in a way that balances all the usual concerns around regulation, innovation, etc. I also want to briefly add that it's not just stuff that's undersea and stuff that's in space. Both of these have a very important ground segment that, again, is very vulnerable. So a lot of the undersea cables or pipelines, they are coming up onto a beach and they are protected by a bit of sand and a fence. A lot of these satellite constellations that are up in orbit perhaps have 1 or 2 ground stations. That ground station is probably getting targeted on day one of a major fight with Russia. So we have to also think about that entire segment and the supply chain going down beyond it. Now, to reassure briefly, there are obviously actions underway. There's been lots of work at a national level in the last few years to build capability relevant to both these domains and environments, not just in the US either, but a growing awareness of sort of burden sharing and burden shifting in Europe. So heavy investment, a really obvious example being the 35 billion euros that Germany is spending on military space and counter-space capabilities, for example. But there's also action going on at a mini-lateral level. An obvious example is the Combined Space Operations Initiative, which used to be the sort of Five Eyes nations, but now includes other larger European players as well as Japan. And then you also have things like Olympic Defender, which is US-led kind of activity on space. Obviously, the EU, European Space Agency, doing a lot, both on subsea and on space. And then NATO has really driven hard, although obviously NATO is not procuring, deploying, and operating its own space assets in the way that nations do. So there has been a lot of activity that is positive. This has risen up the agenda, both of these domains and environments, in a good way in the last 5 years because of the threats we face. I don't think we would have been talking about these issues 5 years ago, 10 years ago at a NATO Parliamentary Assembly. But gaps remain across the resilience life cycle. So they remain in terms of our domain awareness, our ability to detect, identify, attribute, and characterize hostile activity. Is something happening? Is it actually on purpose? Who is doing it? Who has that satellite? Who owns that ship? Why are they doing what they're doing? There are all sorts of challenges in terms of sort of the capability gaps, less so in the US, but particularly for the rest of the alliance, in terms of our ability to then do anything about that once we've detected that hostile activity. So do we have the counter-space activities capabilities ourselves to deter hostile action? Do we have the responsive launch to get new satellites back up quickly? Do we have the repair capabilities? Do we have the industry to do things at pace? Do we have the readiness, the number of forces, etc.? But I think that crucially, and this is where I'll kind of move to some final reflections on recommendations for you all, a lot of that is about capability, it's about technical aspects, it's about structures. But actually a lot of the softer stuff, so the policy, the legislation, the planning, the norms, the doctrine, that is also not as mature as it needs to be in many countries. But I think there's a lot of work that therefore parliamentarians can do to raise us to the baseline of where we need to be. A lot of that is about getting cross-government cooperation where it needs to be. So interagency coordination on both subsea and on space threats is a significant challenge in many countries. These inherently cut across different departments, the energy department, the science department, commerce, state, the military, the space agency, the navy, etc. And of course, engaging them with private sector who actually are responsible for doing most of this and have most of the capability, again, is a challenge. And the legal frameworks are not necessarily there, either at a national or certainly an international level. So we need a more robust approach, a more joined up approach, both nationally and across NATO, that focuses ultimately on deterrence, both through denial, so hardening our infrastructure, improving our ability to bounce back when it is targeted, but also deterrence by punishment. So our ability to more robustly push back when Russia, or indeed China or anyone else, is doing things we don't want them to be doing in these two environments. So I think if you've all read, I'm sure, the recommendations in the draft report associated with this session, and I really commend them to you. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there about the role that our parliamentarians can play, not just in the obvious things like funding for capability, holding governments to account, but really making sure we accelerate delivery, because the brutal reality is that we are not currently at a level of resilience or capability or readiness in either of these environments that we need to be to have the levels of security that we want based on our threat assessments of when war might come. And so there needs to be an acceleration of activity and a seriousness of activity in the short term. And that means looking at how we bring in, procure capability faster through government channels, but also how we make use of commercial services, commercial data, how we work together so that we're not duplicating effort across nations as much, and how we integrate that. Crucially, my final remarks would be to say that all of that then needs to be exercised and stress tested. And that doesn't just mean exercising and stress testing, are we good at looking after subsea security, or are we good at looking after space security? Where we need to get to is governments, industry, and the military all knowing what they do and how they need to operate if they no longer have access to these things that we have taken for granted for 30 years. What happens if you live in a world without access to space and you're fighting a major war? How do you operate as an organization, as a business, as a government, as a part of the military? That is the space I think we're heading towards. And so very much a lot of information there to try and get through, not least because we're trying to cover two domains at the same time. But very, very much looking forward to getting into some specifics with the questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Black. It's a great name for what you do. If you told me that you work for the Secret Services, I would believe you. Although I probably shouldn't say that in a public domain, should I? Okay, Mike, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Ethan for his excellent work and assistance in the report. And Mr. Black, thank you for your extended comments. And the Chairman's right, we appreciate your expertise. The Secretary General of NATO, in talking on this topic, has indicated that one of the top priorities for NATO has been to work to ensure that Russia's anti-satellite nuclear program never be launched into orbit. It is a significant threat to all of us, but not just our military assets, our commercial assets, and really, as we were talking about in really all of both of our presentations, Mr. Black, to all aspects of the operations of our society. In front of our Armed Services Committee, Dr. Plum, who you may be familiar with because he was a significant in RAND in the U.S., he indicated that modeling that had been done at the Pentagon indicated that if the what we call Sputnik, and is known, if you Google it, Cosmos 2553, is the currently on orbit known as the test bed for their anti-satellite nuclear weapon. If it was detonated in space, that the modeling indicates that it would wipe out low Earth orbit and make it not habitable. You could not repopulate it for up to a year, meaning that you would lose the satellites that were there, they would attrit, and then you would have no ability to repopulate the area. It would also not be able to be accessible to manned spaceflight, so manned spaceflight would not be able to travel through it during that time period. General Saltzman, the head of our Space Force, says that for us as a threat, it's not just the detonation, it would be actually the day that it goes into space. Because he says that the day that it goes into orbit, that next day, we would all be irresponsible to then rely on space. And he calls the day that it goes into orbit, day zero. And that's why Secretary General Rutte, of course, is talking about launch must be prevented, because that very next day we must assume that at any day the light switch could be be put in, could occur, and then we would lose the ability or access to space. And so General Saltzman says that next day, day zero, for trillions of dollars that we don't have and technology we don't have, we must find an alternative source to be able to replace what we currently use space for. And of course, Secretary General Rutte points out that if Russia puts this into space, they'd be violating the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, of which they're a signatory. You did not mention it in your comments, and it currently is not in our report. We will be putting it in our report, and I know many of you probably want to contribute to that section. But I wanted to invite you to comment on that threat, and I know there's just a few things that have been written about it, and get your advice to us as to how we might address it in our work.
Yeah, it's a great intervention, and I think there's a few things to unpack there. I mean, I think it speaks to the genuinely strategic nature of activity and threats in this domain that very quickly take us to thinking about things like, what's the future of our nuclear command and control and our early warning, so much of which is provided by space. What is the future of our ability to deter nuclear escalation? Again, so much was deter on space. What was our ability to prosecute conventional operations in the same way? And in the same way that we're seeing, as you say, there are threats that themselves combine the sort of the nuclear and the space dimension in the actual threat that is being posed. I think equally it speaks to the need for a sort of serious long-term deterrent strategy that focuses on the sort of holistic range of actions. So it is, we need, when we talk about, say, missile defense, which I think is a useful area with lessons for this, in the UK, the Missile Defense Centre talks about these 5 pillars. So it's counter-proliferation, deterrence, counter-force, active defense, passive defense. And I think that is relevant when you talk about things like this particular threat, because its counter-proliferation is, it's not you can stop them fully acquiring that capability if they have the technology, but what actions can you take, including sort of more offensive activity, cyber activity, intelligence services and the like, to increase the cost to them, degrade, slow it down, exploit and disrupt supply chains, that sort of thing. So left of launch, what can you do to slow it down? Obviously, there's the deterrence, so trying to dissuade them from using it in the first place, or in this case, launching it in the first place. And there it is worth emphasizing that actually this is an area of some mutual interest with the Chinese. And the Chinese have, is interesting because the Chinese and the Russian space sectors in general are sort of on slightly divergent paths. The Russian space sector is not having a great time for pretty obvious reasons post-2022. The Chinese one is obviously doing very well and growing and growing and growing. The Chinese do have huge equities in this sort of thing not happening as well. So this is an area where there is actually, a relatively rare area where there's an opportunity for NATO countries and people like the Chinese to try and exert some joint pressure politically, and obviously hope the Chinese do so quietly behind doors as well. And then you get much more into some pretty spicy political conversations about counterforce, which I won't dwell on too much. In terms of active defense, passive defense, there are things that can be done, obviously, to harden satellites, to improve the redundancy, and the number of ground stations you have, the number of satellites in the constellation, have things in different orbits, have things in different planes. That is feasible to some degree to try and mitigate smaller threats. So a direct satellite missile being an example, certainly kind of co-orbital threats. Obviously it's harder if you start talking about weapons of mass destruction. So I think that brings us then to that passive defense point, which is, yes, we need to do all this activity to try and improve our resilience in space and from space, but we also need to look at non-space alternatives for critical services. So the answer to space is not always more space. Sometimes it is having, high-frequency radio communications that you can revert to. Sometimes it's just teaching your soldiers how to read a map, which actually we don't do that often anymore. I think how many of us would get to the airport if we had to leave here and we couldn't order an Uber and didn't have our phones working and all these sorts of things? Pretty challenging, I imagine. We wouldn't all make it through the night. So there's also a bit of that, of preparing our institutions, our organizations for operating with reversionary modes. The challenge is like all of those things cost money, and they crucially all are usually done by different bits of government, different bits of the armed forces. And so there's a huge coordination challenge there, clearly. Even just talking about, having a space-based communication and a non-space-based communication, those are different budget lines, different budget owners, different cycles, etc. So yeah.
Thank you. We'll move to questions from the floor, of which I have 4. Jesse from the Netherlands first, please, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the excellent report and the very interesting, here I am, presentation. We all agree that Europe needs to reinforce its ISR capacities, and therefore we need space as a domain. But I see 2 big hurdles. One is the geographical position of the Europe, how to get it into space. Of course, there are also some territories overseas, like the French Guinea, the Azores and Portugal, but also El Hierro, I think I've pronounced it like that, near the Canarian Islands. So could you tell us a little bit more about how we can make a better use of those assets abroad? Secondly, we lag behind when it comes to reusable rockets to get satellites into space. So can you tell us a little bit more about what developments are within Europe to get more of those assets? Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, here it's I will reassure everyone that I'm not an astrophysicist, so I won't start explaining orbital mechanics in too much math. But in very simplistic terms, for those not aware, it is ultimately cheaper from a fuel perspective and consequently easier to get into orbit the closer to the equator you are. You genuinely also want to try and launch east to go with this. Helps with the spin of the Earth, again, easier to get up there. And obviously it's quite nice if your rocket doesn't explode over a densely populated area. So again, you ideally want to launch over the sea, or at least over some desert or something. That does quite quickly knock off most of the European continent as a potential launch site for large launch vehicles. There are a number of countries that are pursuing launch in Europe, as in continental Europe, from smaller satellites going up, smaller payloads, smaller either vertical launch, so rockets, or the UK has attempted, although unsuccessfully attempted, a horizontal launch as well, so launching a rocket from a modified commercial airliner. Again, actually, there's an overlaid challenge there, which is a lot of the most promising launch sites are in Europe but not in the EU. So they're in Norway or they're in the UK, for example, up in Scotland, or down in Cornwall. So there's immediately, clearly a challenge there if that's the political driver. And yes, there are overseas sites. Obviously, that's where we've been launching satellites for the European Space Agency for a long time. But there are some challenges there politically, but also actually, even just if we were thinking in a warfighting scenario, there's a challenge of the transit time to get anything from where it's made in a factory in Germany or whatever to a launch site a continent away. There's also a security challenge of does that get intercepted and what's the security at the launch site look like. We've all seen drones flying around airports and are pretty familiar with the idea that that could be a hybrid threat. Well, there's nothing to say they couldn't fly around a spaceport. So I think in the short term as well, clearly you just can't talk about launch without talking about SpaceX and to a lesser degree other American companies, but basically SpaceX, who have fundamentally transformed launch, the economics of it, and therefore they've unlocked lots of other use cases for space. So this idea of mega constellations in a LEO, things like Starlink, Starshield, just simply they were technically feasible before, but they weren't financially feasible because you couldn't get stuff up there quickly enough and cheaply enough. In the short term, that is not going to change. Europe is now sort of belatedly looking at its next generation of medium and heavy launch vehicles, but nobody is going to challenge SpaceX, I would say, on the economics of this and the scale of this in a time frame that is relevant. That is not to say that you shouldn't do it still in Europe. There are lots of reasons to do it for sovereignty, responsive launch, making sure you can get stuff up there when you need to, and it will continue to service certain markets. But I think trying to build a European equivalent to SpaceX in any sort of time frame that will be militarily relevant to the threat with Russia is just dead in the water. So yes, continue to invest in European launch, but I think be realistic about you're going to have to continue to work with allies and put payloads on American rockets. And equally, final comment would be equally, a lot of countries are now looking at sharing payloads on satellites, and that includes the Americans as well. We'll have one satellite bus, but it's got a sensor from the Norwegians, it's got a sensor from the Americans, and it's got something else from the Germans, and they're all doing something different. Or they're servicing civil and commercial partners when they go over one part of the world, and then they go over Russia and Ukraine, and they're taking imagery for government military purposes. So that's also a way forward, is to mitigate that way.
Thank you. Gurinder from the UK.
Thank you, Lord Lancaster. I welcome the report and the recommendations and the presentation by Mr. Turner and Mr. Black. And both of you outlined the economic impact of these threats, and particularly we will feel those in our NATO countries and our populations, but those impacts will also be felt in non-NATO countries as well. Just by the nature of undersea cables and things. And so clearly we need to increase NATO capability, we need to be better at burden sharing, burden shifting in terms of how we go about dealing with those threats. But what more do you think we can do to bring non-NATO countries on board to defend against these threats? There are countries out there who aren't NATO members, but who we should have strategic alliances with. Some in this room, others aren't, who have grown military capability, have access to supply chains, critical minerals, critical metals, semiconductors, all those kind of things that we don't have large supplies of. How can we build a plan that brings those countries on board as strategic allies in view of the economic damage that this will create to them? And I almost kind of think, post-Second World War, there was a whole raft of institutions set up to deal with the threats internationally at that time to create a new world order. And we're kind of at that place again. And NATO, I feel, would have a role within defining what those threats are and how the new world order should look. And that should not just be about NATO countries, but actually other allies who we can bring on board as well.
It's a really good point. I mean, space, obviously the ocean, but particularly space is a global domain. It affects all of us. We all have equities, both spacefaring and non-spacefaring nations, because even those, I should add there are exploding number of spacefaring nations. There are now dozens and dozens of countries that are putting satellites up, including from the global south, so countries that haven't historically been doing that sort of thing. But there are still countries that don't, obviously, but they are very dependent on those services. And so clearly they have a stake to play. I've been personally involved in the negotiations at the UN. So the UK led the establishment of an open-ended working group on this with the support from the US and the EU. That was eventually, the final report was blocked by the Russians, the Chinese, the Venezuelans, etc. So that was fun. But there has been a lot of progress in the last 2-3 years on trying to move beyond the existing legal regime we have. So we have an outer space treaty and some other legal instruments, and try and work out what are some updated, not necessarily legal instruments, but norms of behaviour. And there's been pretty good support from other non-NATO countries on that, and not just obvious partners like Australia, Japan, etc. Countries like the Philippines, Kenya, like Nigeria, Brazil, and many others have all been quite actively involved because we have a genuine shared interest. Countries debate whether it is truly a global commons or not. We have different policy positions within NATO even on that, but a lot of countries recognise it as a global commons and therefore recognise that there needs to be a group solution. At the same time, to be clear, the blocker to movement at that sort of political level it's not getting small nations on board, it's getting US and China, and to a lesser degree Russia, to sort of agree. But absolutely there are things we can do to at least agree some common norms which don't necessarily eliminate all of the bad behaviours, but it makes it much easier to attribute if something is a bad behaviour or just an accidental negligent behaviour. Because if we can get everybody behaving according to some common set standards, when something happens that's an aberration from that, it's much easier to point it and say, look, this is a hostile act. And there are sanctions that can then follow internationally beyond NATO, etc., etc. The final comment would just be say, yes, absolutely, there are also other countries with lots of industry, technology and supply chains that are useful. Countries like the Middle East are spending huge amounts of money on space, for example, and so bringing some of them into this obviously is useful as well.
Thank you. Rebecca from Canada.
Thank you very much, and to both of you, this is another excellent report. Just as a piece of information, a little bit earlier this year, Canada has committed $200 million to developing a multi-use space launch port in Canso, Nova Scotia, sort of pointing towards Europe, and it's come under the Defence Industrial Strategy, meant to be online by 2028. So your point about us having to have capacity within the alliance is critical, and that's something we're moving on. However, my question is going to go subsurface on here and back to undersea cables. You talked about deterrence and, denial, deterrence, and punishment. One of our challenges, and this is also an Indo-Pacific challenge, is once we actually figure out that it is a deliberate act of sabotage to cut a cable, is the riding in international waters and false flagging. And we know that when they're cleverly sitting in those waters, while we've had some success in the Baltic Sea, what else needs to be done from a legal perspective so we can actually act when we have rogue actors out there doing it under a false flag? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the Nova Scotia example is a really good one, and I think it also speaks to something I didn't directly address earlier, which is heavy overlap also between space and subsea in the Arctic and high north, where, again, not going to orbital mechanics, but based on where satellites generally are, it can be hard to access certain services up there, and so having specialist capability up in that region is especially important, again, given how harsh the environment is. And that's something that I know Canada, but other, Scandinavian nations are spending a lot of money on, and the US. On your point about the subsea, you're completely right. So there's lots of things to be done on the denial side, and obviously I can get into those, but on the punishment side, one of the big constraints is obviously the legal regime. Now, I would say that there are things that can be done without having to sort of unpick, relitigate things like the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, which took obviously decades and didn't necessarily even get everyone in NATO on board quite so straightforwardly as we'd hope. So there are things that nonetheless can be done. First of all, I think it's just get your house in order at a domestic level. So there are powers that you can use in your obviously in your territorial waters out to 12. There's still some powers you can use it out to 24 in the contiguous zone in terms of kind of customs inspections, sanitary inspections, plenty of excuses to go on board a ship. And there are obviously, some of that becomes easier if the vessel is deemed to be stateless as well. But you're right that beyond that, when you get into sort of the high seas, it is clearly more challenging. Obviously, it's somewhat geographically different depending on what waters we're talking about. Obviously, off the US or off of Canada, you get into the high seas pretty quickly. If you're in somewhere like the Baltic, even the Mediterranean, much easier to see that a vessel would have spent some time, a suspicious vessel would have spent some time doing some of its suspicious activity in territorial waters, and therefore providing a pretext for boarding. I think what I want to emphasize more broadly, though, is that when we talk about deterrence by punishment, it needs to be much more than we put some police officers on a boat. It needs to be a sustained, long-term, more robust posture and policy from NATO countries that seeks to go after asymmetrically those things that Russia, in this case, cares about, and finds their pinch points and puts pressure on them, and then links that back to their activities in these sort of sub-threshold campaign they're doing. That doesn't work for any individual incident per se. Like, it's not that they break one cable and we, do a cyber attack. That's not sort of what I'm advocating for. It's not a straightforward tit for tat. It's more about a long-term campaign of increasing the costs on them and saying, okay, if you do more to us in the sub-threshold, we will do more to you. Obvious things are obviously supporting Ukraine as much as possible, but also, there are more we can do to disrupt their supply chains, go after their economy, go after their information space, go after some of their relationships abroad, and disrupt them as much as possible. We talk about things like economic sanctions, for example. We don't really talk very openly about things like economic warfare, but that is a more sort of offensive terminology that we used to be quite comfortable with.
And finally, Anna from Ukraine.
Thank you for a great and very interesting report, and especially position towards Russia. War in Ukraine has demonstrated that satellite communications are a critical military capability. Any disruption or uncertainty in access can directly affect operational effectiveness. How does NATO intend to ensure reliable, uninterrupted, and politically resilient access to satellite communications and space-based services for allies and partners facing aggression, particularly when military operations extend beyond the immediate front line against legitimate military targets? And another one question, maybe it's not related to topic, but one that concerns many of us, and especially Ukrainians. The United States has played a key role in facilitating dialogue aimed at achieving peace in Ukraine. Can we expect continued USA engagement and leadership in advancing the peace negotiation process in the near future?
So on that first question, I mean, as you allude to, like, space is really important, not just for operations on the front line, but also for deep strike, which is obviously just central to obviously what Ukraine is doing at the moment, but also to the NATO envisaged way of war, going after assets in the deep and the strategic deep, not just near the front line. And that's about the whole targeting cycle, and obviously also the guidance and so on to get whatever the missile, drone, etc. is to its target. I think the reality is that, yes, there are lots of actions we can take to harden our space capabilities, but we also just need to recognize that they are going to be degraded and find ways of mitigating that, so that we're not wholly dependent. So that means investing in non-space alternatives like inertial guidance, for example, improving that, investing in better training, doctrine, TTPs, so that our troops know what to do when access to that service that they've come to just assume is there for their entire military career suddenly isn't there. And I think there's lots of lessons there, obviously, from the conflict at the moment as well, about how people have had to adapt to periods where they haven't had access to the services they would like. And there's a lot of technological innovation, but a lot of it is also sort of doctrinal and procedural and organizational as well.
And Mike, you want to comment on the second question briefly?
Sure, good to see you again. As you know, having been to Ukraine myself so many times since the war has been raging and been a personal advocate in the U.S. Congress for Ukraine, I know you know my personal position, so let me just remind, as I always frequently do, my Ukraine partners, that not a moment of the operations that occur in Ukraine do not occur without the full support of the United States, and would not be possible without the support of the United States, because there isn't a second that goes by that the operations occur with the United States, without the United States. All of them occur enabled by the United States, and we're glad to be your partner.
Thank you. With that, that concludes this part of the session. I have a few closing remarks, bear with me. But Mike, James, thank you very much indeed for an excellent report. And before we close the session, a reminder that our next meeting will take place in Berlin, Germany, at the 2026 annual session, which is scheduled for the 20th to the 23rd of November this year. Thank you. This therefore concludes the meeting of the Defence and Security Committee. I'd like to thank you all for your contributions, and once again our Lithuanian hosts for their hospitality. I also extend my sincere thanks to our interpreters for enabling our discussions to go so smoothly. And finally, thanks, of course, on behalf of all of us, to all of our NATO PA staff, especially Ethan. To my left, our committee director, Matthew, our committee coordinator, and our assisting researcher, Marlene, who have all been great and supportive and very diligent. There's Matthew up there. Well done. And Marlene over there. And the spring session is hereby closed, and I get to do this.